What's happening, Rita? I can get my sharing on real quick. What's happening, Brown Sugar? Glad you could tap in. Austin said these celebrities are disgusting. You had to go to my page. That's crazy. What's happening, Miss Matt? Just get my sharing on real quick. Y'all know how I go. Just get my sharing on real quick. Let some people get in here before we get started. She likes golden showers. Y'all already see how we leading off. Y'all see how we leading off, right? Been gone for like a week or two, bouncing back like this. I said in C3. Sold they souls for fake money. Yup. That fiat currency got people doing whatever, ain't it? You should see the comments though. Like, this shit was trending on Facebook. In the comment section was hilarious. You got so many people, and you know what I'm saying, y'all know what gender, I'm not saying all, but y'all got so many of the sheep women defending this shit. This shit's hilarious. Talking about, well, at least she got 150,000. Damn. So 150,000 is all it takes for you to sell your dignity and morals and integrity and shit? That's crazy. That's crazy. And these be the same women that don't get wifed up later on, though. Your name out there. Don't nobody want to wife you. What's the topic for tonight? We're going to be just having an open conversation. You know, we're going to talk a little bit about the Illuminati and gender roles tonight. We haven't talked on gender roles, so we're going to be talking about gender roles, teaching people where it came from. Because I feel like that this whole gender battle / role shit is getting out of hand, and our people is the main victims of this propaganda. Our people is the main victim of this gender battles propaganda. So we're going to talk about gender roles so everybody can know where it came from and understand what doctrine that you're fighting and defending. Yeah, my bad. Of course, the smoke alarm, fam. Of course, the smoke alarm. Let me handle that for you. Yes, I have handled the smoke alarm. Are you fine? So y'all go ahead and share the live on y'all end. Y'all share, bless you. Y'all share the live on y'all end. Let's get some people in here so we can go ahead and get started talking. Let's see, how tall are you? I'm 6'2.5". So roll it if you got it, pull it if you got it. Let's have a nice conversation this Friday, shall we? What's happening, Seven? Glad you could tap in. All right. So now, these folks here, man, they talking about champagne showers. Ain't that what Drake be talking about too? All these celebrities is in on this shit. For real. All these celebrities do it. Either they drinking each other's urine or they the one that's doing the urinating. But they all participate in it. It's part of the get down with the get down. Okay? It's part of the get down with the get down. They all do. City Girls Down 1000. Y'all ringleader likes getting peed on. City Girls Down 1000. They ringleader like to get peed on. But you know what I'm saying? You know, the world is programmed. And a lot of people is living vicariously through these celebrities. So there's going to be a lot of supporters of hers that's going to start doing it. Watch. There's going to be a lot of supporters of her doing that. They're going to go on to their dudes or sneaky links or whatever, and they're going to be like, pee on me. You ain't even got to give me $250K. You know what I'm saying? My role model is doing it. They could be grown as fuck. They could be 30 years old talking about their role model. What? Hey, for real though. They'll be grown as hell still talking about their role model and still trying to do what their role model doing. They could be late 20s, early 30s and shit. If Megan Thee Stallion said it, we gotta do it. If Moneybagg Yo and Yo Gotti said it, we gotta do it, y'all. They rapping about it, so we gotta do it, y'all. This is how they think. This is the mind of sheeps. It's the mind of sheeps. Easily programmed, easily manipulated, easily do what others do. Because we got to understand that a lot of people ain't leaders. We got to understand that a lot of people aren't leaders. The majority of the public are followers. And the majority of the public want something to follow. Sadly, they're being led astray into the wrong direction. You know, sheeps don't really ask questions. They just follow. All right? Sheeps don't ask questions. They just follow. So we also got to give them something to follow. But in the same time, a lot of them got to wake up to the bullshit at least a little bit to understand. You know what I'm saying? He said, that's just nasty. You got to get down with the get down. Got to get down with the get down. And you got to tell people publicly what you like doing. Public humiliation. Public humiliation. But a lot of people live vicariously through these artists. And a lot of people gonna be doing this shit. You know, you got Kevin Gates at the top. He say he drink his partner's urine. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with the dude on his music and some of the shit that he be saying. But a lot of that shit be left field. You know what I'm saying? But luckily, I'm conscious enough to catch certain shit. Okay? But drinking urine is a ritual. It's a magic ritual. It's a ritual. It's a nasty ritual. It's part of the get down, the initiation. It's about being humiliated. Where's the lighter? You know, it's about to get down, get down. So eating faces too. Yeah, they eat feces as well. They eat a lot of shit. It was another celebrity who just posted a video about her cleaning out her little storage room and shit. And that motherfucker look nasty as hell. Like they be chopping up shit. Like it was her altar. I forgot who it was. Yeah, I forgot who it was. Azalea Banks. Yeah, Azalea Banks. She recorded herself cleaning her altar and shit. That motherfucker was bloody, nasty, and everything. You feel me? What's that, Nick Kelby? Night. I just hit it. They drink their own semen. Ooh, my bad, y'all. What's the end of Rashad? Roll it if you got it. Pour it if you got it. I got a little wine. Nothing major, just a little wine. Yeah, they they do a lot of that nasty stuff. They drink their own semen. They sacrifice. They do all this stuff. But here's the thing I want y'all to think about. R. Kelly. When he did it, he was doing a ritual, 777. We all in here synchronized early. He was doing a ritual when he was doing it, okay? Now, they made an example of him. And the example of him is how they blackmail you, okay? And as soon as you stop playing ball, then they go ahead and expose you. They go ahead and, they get to work. Dude been doing that for a long time. Somewhere down the line, he decided not to play ball. And as soon as he stopped playing ball, then his tape gets released of him. You feel me? And I remember I was a kid when that shit happened. And then out the blue, I remember, the video was circulating and it was a big uproar. And then out the blue, I guess he decided to play ball again. And they made it disappear. And people forgot about this shit, or people didn't forget. It just wasn't mentioned no more. Out of sight, out of mind. And R. Kelly went for a long ass time. And now here I am at 32. Dude went to jail when I was 31 years old. And they bringing up some shit when I was like 13. You see how they do when you stop playing ball? So it ain't just black and white. These folks do a whole lot of shit, man. He was doing a ritual as well. He decided to stop playing ball. You see where it got him. A lot of them do. Who else do some? Lil Wayne, freaky shit happened to him. Bow Wow, freaky shit happened to him. Soulja Boy, all of them, man. All of them. Look at them. All of them. But, y'all just peep it. It's right there in plain sight. I just wanted to get on here and talk a little bit about that because it's gonna be a lot more celebrities. Oh yeah, I'm glad you brought up Orlando Brown. I got a segment I'm working on. Why don't nobody know who his parents is? Somebody answer me that. Why don't nobody know who his parents? Everybody know everybody's parents. We know their names, what they look like, all that shit, except for Jay-Z. His shit a little skeptical. You ain't never seen his mama. You ain't never seen his daddy either. Sister, cousin, or brother, or grandmama, or auntie. You ain't never seen this nigga family either. But anyways, Orlando Brown. Don't nobody know who the fuck his parents is. And trust me, I know. I dug high and low. And it always say his parents is unknown. But they know where he's from, and they know where he's born and weight, and they know all of this shit. But his parents is unknown. Don't nobody know who his parents is. Ain't no pictures, no nothing. That shit. You feel me? Hey, look, man. Gloria Carl. His mom been around, but I ain't never seen him. He was created in the lab. Found this itch hurt me with Will Smith. He in on it too. Oh yeah, man. Will Smith sold out a long time ago though. Will Smith sold out. Will Smith sold out like back in the 80s, early 90s with his first movie called Six Degrees of Separation or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and he was getting plowed by a white man. You feel me? And that was his first movie. You know, like these folks is sick, bro. This shit just, it's right here, clear. But this shit just in plain sight, man. And in 2023, if people don't see this shit, it's because they don't want to see it. I'm sorry. I really believe a lot of people be fake sleeping out here. I believe it's a lot of people that's fake sleep. They see this shit. They brain is correlating this shit. But their ego and their disbelief won't believe it. Because they live in vicariously through these artists, through these celebrities. They live through these celebrities. You feel me? Some get so far deep into it. They do everything these celebrities do. They act, they talk, they do all this type of shit. This is why I said it's gonna be a whole lot of her fans, millions of them. That's gonna tell their boyfriend to pee on them and shit. You feel me? Or they sneaky link, pee on it. There's gonna be a lot of niggas up here drinking their women's feces, urine and shit, because Kevin Gates did it. Trust me, bro. Pay attention. I pay attention to the fan. I pay attention to the fan, bro. Wasn't nobody this open about anal play until Kevin Gates came out and he spoke about it. Now all of a sudden, all these niggas and all these women, everybody is fascinated with anal play and all that shit. That shit's weird. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to Sodom and Gomorrah. Welcome to Babylon. Welcome. I told y'all about the Jezebel and I told you about the incubus. I told you about the incubus and I told you about the Jezebel. I told you about them. They running rampant. And don't get it twisted. Just because you are incubus and succubus and Jezebel, they know they shit. They know they spirituality. That's why people like Kevin could get on platforms and drop some real true shit about some spirituality. Because they are spirits. A Jezebel, incubus, succubus, jinn, all they spirits. They know about the spiritual realm. So it's easy for them to manipulate and lie to people who's not really in tune with the spiritual realm. You feel me? It worked like that. I'm trying to tell you, be careful of these people and really listen to them. You'll catch the contradiction. You'll catch the contradiction. I watch Kevin Gates interviews all the time. I catch his contradiction. Like some of the shit be real. I'll be like, yeah. But just when he say some real shit, or just when he speak on some shit that he not supposed to speak on, he'll turn around and do some ignorant shit that cancels all that out. Because this is what he got to do, because he's still under contract. Them boys still own him. You know what I'm saying? He'll sit here and tell you that, you know, he's divine masculine and, you know, he's one with nature and earth and he's cleanliness and godliness and, you know, and cleansing. He'll tell you about all that cleanliness next to godly shit. But he'll turn around and tell you that he drinks his partner's urine, which is not cleanliness at all. It's the complete opposite. You understand how these entities work? All right? What's happening, though? Megan, Carter B, Nicki, Mariah, Madonna, the list goes on. Yeah, most definitely. Megan is a whole dude. This shit's debauchery, right? Some celebrities we think are females are really men. Yup. Some celebrities we think are females are actually men. Some of these men that you think is men is actually females. Man, y'all don't understand what Hollywood is, man. You don't understand Babylon, Sodom, Gomorrah, gender role reversal, all that type of shit, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of them. It's a lot of female celebrities that's born with both parts, and they got one part cut off, and they can pose as another. Man, this shit go deep. That shit go deep, man. That rabbit hole it goes so deep, bro. It goes so deep. People won't even believe you when you say it. People cannot believe that their favorite celebrities or people that they look up to do this type of shit. Like you can sit here and have a whole conversation about hermaphrodites. You feel me? And people will be, yeah, bro. I know it's people that's born with both. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But then once you bring up one of their favorite artists, though, you be like, yeah, you know, Megan Thee Stallion, Sierra, and all them. Man, hell nah, boy, you niggas is crazy. Boy, here you go with the conspiracy theories. Y'all think everybody like that. Ain't nobody say we think everybody like that. I named 2 people. I named 2 people. You feel me? But here's the thing, though. You don't know what type of lives people be living. Some of these people didn't mingle with some of these. Yeah. You don't know what type of life other folks is living outside of this. Some people be, man, you feel me? So, you know, just be careful, bro. Serious a whole, man. Sorry for spilling. Yeah, man. Ain't nothing to have surgery to cut the other equipment off. Ain't nothing to have surgery to cut the other equipment off. And people don't really think like that. Them WNBA players, yeah. Them WNBA players, yeah. Them WNBA players, a lot of them be men who wasn't masculine enough to play with other men. So a lot of them get their gender change, and y'all see it. They doing it in high school now. The transgenders is you know what I'm saying? You see it, but they been doing that shit with the WNBA and shit. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of WNBA women of the past, like speaking out, like you can find a couple of videos of like former WNBA players, like they speaking out on some shit that's like, hey man, something ain't right about this. You feel me? You'll find a few of them speaking out. Yeah, bro, this shit, Hollywood, it's all ran. It's all ran. Brittany Renee, yup. Their kids aren't really theirs, right? Mm-hmm. Y'all on it. I see y'all. Y'all on it. I see y'all. Hey, we gonna put a pin on this one though. We gonna double bet. We gonna put a pin. Let's get into some other shit real quick. You know, you gotta keep it going back and forth for people. Let's go here. Excuse me. All right. But like I said, bring young Miami here. I just slammed a 40 ounce. That's nasty. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I ain't see that picture. All right, let's get into something. Gender roles. Gender roles was created from the Puritan way of life. It was created from the Puritan way of life, and it was revamped by sexologist John Money. Okay, the Puritan way of life is an industrious people, and virtually everything within the house was made by hand, including clothes. The men and boys took charge of farming and fixing things around the house and caring for livestock. The women made soap, cooked, gardened, and took care of the house. That is the beginning of the gender roles. Before Catholics and Puritan way of life and religion, there was no such thing as gender roles. You all did your part and helped out with the village. Now, John Money came and revamped it. In the late 1950s, sexologist John Money coined the term gender roles to mark a distinction between behaviors related to one's biological sex and those related to social practices. Social practices. It was indoctrinated in you. It was indoctrinated in you. It was indoctrinated in you. Me personally, I don't do gender roles. I do spiritual roles. It's two different things. We're gonna discuss it later on, but gender roles is too physical. All right. And it don't make sense. It don't make sense at all. And then when they talk about traditional man and traditional woman, you got to think about whose tradition are you talking about? Whose tradition are you talking about? Because I'm showing you where gender roles and the traditional man and woman come from. Okay? Before Puritans and Europeans came over here, our ancestors moved to a different beat, a different frequency. They believed in balance. Men and women are protectors. I'm going to say that again. Men and women are protectors. A man got to have your back and you got to have his back, and then both y'all got to have the kids' back. Y'all got to protect the kids. Both of y'all are protectors. You feel me? I don't care how feminine a woman is. Hurt her child. Watch how much of a protector she'll become. I don't care how feminine a woman is or whatever the case may be. Hurt the man that she loves. Guarantee she gonna flip out on you and become a protector real quick. Women are protectors. All right? They are protectors. Men and women are providers. They both provide. You feel me? They both provide. They both have to provide for each other. So I never understood this whole concept, and it don't make sense to me. And and it's causing a separation inside the community. Well, illiteracy is causing a separation in the community, and fighting over some shit that didn't even belong to our ancestors is causing a separation in the community. Now one of our ancestors who are women never sat in the house and was housewives. They all had a job. Why? We all had a job because we all built the United States. This was our corporation. We all built Black Wall Street. Everybody had their part. The men invented, the women invented. The men farmed, the women farmed. They both looked after the kids. See, you gotta separate indoctrinated white supremacy mentality from what your ancestors actually did. And this is where the mix-up coming in at. When we talk about certain things, a lot of things don't go for us. A lot of things never happen to our people. Okay? And we gotta separate that shit. To sit here to say, man, men ain't shit. Men just run everything. No. Separate it. White men and Arab men and Japanese men run everything. The black man been disenfranchised, and they keeping us disenfranchised. And anytime we try to group up together and create some shit and try to get back to what we is, you know what they do, COINTELPRO, control opposition, or they gonna ask you to sell out with the brotherhood. You only got 3 options when you make it there, or unless you gonna be ready like Gaddafi and them. But this is what it is. Okay? And the same thing with the fellas. We gotta separate ourselves from a lot of this shit, bro. You feel me? Right, though. My man said, I cook, clean, and sew, fix cars, and do handyman work. It's all about balance, right? It's all about balance, and it's all about just being self-sufficient. Everything you name, though, is a self-determined, self-sufficient adult. That's all it is. A self-sufficient adult. if you wanted to, you can break free from this whole matrix and just be 100% independent and build your own shit. You're not a minority because you're not a minor. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. So, and then, a lot of women and men, I give it to both genders on my platform. Ain't no bias over here. A lot of people just gotta understand. Again, we gotta get back to individualism. We have to understand that yes, there's men and women, but you gotta also understand that everybody's an individual. All men ain't the same, just like all women ain't the same. Now, granted, what's what's that in you, self? What's that in the spiritual hood chick? Granted, the sheep are kind of all the same, but at a hindsight though, even sheeps are individuals. Not all sheep is the same. Yeah, every sheep might follow, but you might got that one that might stop every now and then just to think about some shit. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's different. Just because a man can't change a tire, that don't mean that he's any less of a man. That just means that maybe cars and mechanics is not his forte. Maybe his brain don't operate like that. Maybe that man is an artist. Maybe that man do poetry. Maybe he's a writer. Maybe, he's a teacher, a philosopher. Maybe he's a doctor. Maybe he's something else. But society and gender roles tied our manhood into what the fuck society needed and not what a real man is. One thing my daddy always told me is a real man is a man that operates by his own drum and his own beat. You feel me? I don't feel no less than a man when I gotta call the mechanic. Hey, bro, can you help me put my serpentine belt on and change my starter and shit like that? I don't feel no less of a man because I gotta call a mechanic, nigga. Shit, this shit gotta get done. I don't know how to fucking do it. I'ma be real. I don't know how to fucking do it. It takes a real man to ask for help. That's what my daddy told me. Hey, big dog, could you help me real quick? You feel me? Cause toxic masculinity, I would have been on YouTube trying to do it myself and fuck my car all the way up because I don't need no help, nigga. I can do this shit myself, nigga. I'd have fucked my whole car up, man. Fuck all that. Hey, man, I need help, bro. Can you help me put myself? Yeah, cool. I got you, man. It is what it is. You can't tie people's womanhood or manlyhood to gender roles. Okay? This woman might not can cook, but she probably can sew her ass off. Or she probably a good nurturer for the kids. Or you know what I'm saying? She's an ambition or she's a hustler or she's an artist or whatever the case may be. She might got other strengths. But that's cool. Somebody got to cook in the motherfucking household. If I know how to cook and you don't know how to cook, I ain't tripping. I cook. I don't give a fuck. I cook, bro. Because I know that you could do some other shit around the house or whatever that I can't do. I'm cool with that. So a lot of gender roles, it ain't nothing but ego. I promise you. All this gender role shit, all this shit ain't nothing but ego, man-made, white immigrant shit. This dude is from New Zealand. Okay, he's from New Zealand. This dude is in New Zealand telling American people how the fuck gender roles is supposed to go, but he got it off of the Puritan way of life, which is he still made you a Catholic without you even knowing that you are Catholic. You feel me? Man, I don't care, bro, as long as the shit can get done. So, but we as a society, we have to stop doing that. We have to stop tying our manhood and womanhood to these societal traditional things that ain't even our tradition in the first place. You feel me? So before 1950, what the fuck was everybody doing? Before he coined gender roles and everything, what the fuck was everybody doing before 1950? You know what I'm saying? I pay attention to dates too. If this man coined it in 1950, that means before 1950, nobody even heard of gender roles. What the fuck was everybody doing? Dude from Germany tells us how to treat our women. You feel me? This real, hey. Misogyny and chauvinistic behavior is what defines our community. And it's crazy because I don't even know what chauvinistic is. See what I'm saying, bro? These damn words. These words are just put here to confuse us. It's so much shit that these people that create, bro. These people be creating words. Y'all haven't, bro. People, look, man. Stop telling my people to speak proper English when y'all still adding and creating words to this shit, bro. I promise you, a lot of these words didn't exist until somebody coined it, and now it's all of a sudden a word and it's English and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? But this shit ain't even a proper language, bro. These niggas is still creating words, dog. Like Negrophobia and shit like that. Like, as funny as that word sound and fucked up as it sound, it's a real word. To their sense, it's a real word. But before people was even scared of black people, it was not even a word. That word was created for people who's literally scared of black people. But they tried to make it into a scientific term to try to put like a scientific chemical behavior on why these people are scared of black folks. But it ain't no scientific term for this shit. They scared of black people because they know what they did to us. That's it. Ain't no scientific, you see how they be trying to do? Ain't no scientific word to it. They scared because they know what the fuck they did to us, and now they guilty conscience is eating at them because now they scared that we gonna do the same thing back to them. That's called projection. You know what I'm saying? But they created a word called nigga. They just creating new words for shit. But anyways, back on topic. You know gender roles don't exist because when you're single and you're living by yourself, whether you got a man or not, ladies, you gotta take your trash out. You gotta protect your house. Fellas, with a woman or not, you gotta cook your food. You gotta wash your clothes. You gotta mop your floor. You gotta wash your hair. You gotta do all this shit. You feel me? Single fathers, aren't you a nurturer? When you got your little ones around you, ain't you nurturing? Don't you? I am. I'm a big baby when I got... Anybody will tell you big baby when it come to mind. You feel me? Big nurturer. You dig? The fuck? Gender roles don't that shit don't exist, ladies. Got kids? Gotta whoop their ass, don't you? You gotta be the disciplinary and all that. There's no such thing as gender roles, man. That's just a whole ass illusion. And our people is beefing over this. The gender wars is a psyops. Understand it. It is a psyops. Why? Why is it a psyops? Because if y'all pay attention, I think about 3-4 years ago, men and women was actually starting to come together and be cool. Shit was being cool. Statistics and everything proves this shit, bro. 3-4 years ago, man, black men and black women, we was cool. 70% plus of black fathers inside the kids' life and married and shit like that. Black women get married, all that type of shit. We elevate, becoming woke and all this shit. Now they had to activate Project Gender Roles and Gender Battle. You feel me? And then they implemented it. And how they implemented it, they use your artists. They use your favorite rappers. They actually been using the rappers. All of the rap music is about men versus women, women versus men. Listen to it. Listen to all the men rappers. Women ain't shit, nigga. Fuck these hoes, nigga. Money over bitch. Woo woo. Now go cut on Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B and all them. Fuck a nigga. Broke boys don't deserve no put. All that type of shit. All the music is about gender wars and gender battles. That's all it is. And people's getting programmed with this shit. This shit's so bad, bro. It's people is losing relationships and breaking up with their relationships because now they adopting the mindset of what the fuck these rappers saying. When these young ass, emotionally immature men get hurt, the slime nigga. I'm slime nigga. Cold hearted nigga. Icebox, nigga. Nothing here. They start imitating these rappers and shit, start quoting rap songs and lyrics and shit. Same thing with the women. When women get hurt by men, they turn into Mary J. Blige real quick. For real. When women get hurt, they turn to Mary J. Blige real quick. You know what I'm saying? And then from Mary J. Blige, they morph into Megan Thee Stallion. You feel? Hey man, look. What have I told you in these past lives? People don't have an organic thought. MK Ultra. People don't have an organic thought. They don't think for themselves. They don't think for themselves. And the funny thing about these rappers, they be telling our people all this shit. They don't do nothing in their song. Just like those said, Cardi B said, I don't cook, I don't clean. And then Offset showed her washing dishes. And Offset, he even told her stop lying. When she was on live rapping there, he was like, stop lying. A lot of these celebrities don't be doing half the shit that they be rapping about. That go for the women too. It ain't just the men. The men don't be capping, it be women capping too. Beyonce created a whole song talking shit about her husband, only for her to go home to her husband. What's that in Jimbo? What's that in the naturalist? Gotta be careful with that. They'll throw that shit up in court, yeah. Gotta pan African phobia, yeah. Chauvinist, a hatred towards women. The ultra heavy on social media. Yeah, it is. But that's what social media is here for though. You know, social media is social engineering. That's all it is. Social engineering. It's in its name and it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. There's people that get paid to create memes and shit like that. That causes even more separation and plays on people's emotions and psychology and shit like that. There's people that work on the other ends doing it. I used to be I'm like, bro, where the fuck all these memes coming from? Who's creating all these damn memes and shit? Like, real talk. Who the fuck was doing all like it's people that's hired to do this shit. You know, it's people that's hired to create profile pictures and create these real talk posts and statuses and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You don't be talking about shit. Celebrities is crazy, bro. A lot of them is illiterate. You got illiterate rappers telling y'all what the fuck to think. That's crazy. And you know they illiterate because they say illiterate shit like and Moneybag Yo did a good job because everybody jumped on the bandwagon when he said this shit. That's how I knew everybody was robots. When he separated love and loyalty, now everybody separate love and loyalty. Niggas like, I don't want the love, just give me the loyalty. How, nigga? Loyalty and love is synonyms for each other. You can't have one without the other. I ain't never been loyal to people I don't love. That and I damn sure don't love people I'm not loyal to. That shit don't, but these rappers came out and you keep the love, give me the loyalty. They separate that shit. Now you got everybody talking about, I just want loyalty, I don't want no love. Not knowing you ain't gonna find neither one of them operating like that. You ain't gonna find neither one of them operating like that. Gender roles, man. Talk about irreplaceable, but you still with them, right? Lying about Becky with the good hair. Oh, for real, man. Look. So let's talk about, so this is what they say, the traditional roles, right? So first they say gender. Most communities agree that traditional gender roles states that women are more nurturing and men are more dominant. Traditional gender roles and relationships exist to divide the work that needs to be done to support families and societies at large. Says who? Now it says the global role of women are caretakers, conscience, farmers, educators, and entrepreneurs. Throughout history, the central role of a woman in society has ensured the stability, progress, and long-term development of nations. At what cost? The cost of her sanity. Okay? Y'all see what a traditional woman is? What a global role of a woman that they say? Conscience. I like that one though. I like that word right there. Conscience. Educators. Now, for the man, they said for men to be masculine, they are expected to display attributes such as strength, power, and competitiveness, and less openly display emotions and affection. Mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Fellas, who told you that you can't talk about your emotions? Who told you that? Who told you it ain't manly to feel your emotions? Who told you that shit? Who told you it's not for a man to be affectionate and shit like that? Who told you that shit? You don't even know where that shit came from. You don't even know where that shit came from. This shit plaguing our communities. Because check this out. If you're less openly affectionate, how can you love your woman? You too hard all the time. You know, gorilla. Oh, dominant. All that type of shit. Yeah. That toxic shit, right? Yeah. Come on, man. You ain't gotta be a gorilla all the time. Yeah, even warriors put their spears down on Sundays. You ain't gotta be gorilla all the time. So you telling me when you with your kids, you exercise strength and power and competitiveness with your kids? Is that what society telling us what a man is? Is this why the baby boomers and all the older people saying that we done got soft and shit? Like what's going on? I'm trying to figure this shit out. Because I'm trying to figure out where is the handbook? Where is the handbook written by God that lets you know how a man's supposed to be and how a woman's supposed to be? That don't make sense. Everybody's their own individuals, but they put you in this box right here, right? They got you doing the same shit robotically. Okay? Robotically. So now let me show you how this shit was set up to destroy households. This whole gender role shit, they already told you it was to divide. That was the key word. To divide, alright? So here's how gender roles were set up to destroy the household. Check this out, because every one of these roles are counterproductive to each other. For the man to be masculine, he has to have such strength, power, and competitiveness, and less openly display of emotions and affections, right? Men are generally expected to be strong, aggressive, and bold. But then how you going to be strong, aggressive, and bold when you have a woman who is a caretaker, conscious, farmer, educators, and entrepreneurs? You know, a wife is a partner or organizer, an administrator, a director, a recreator, a disburser, an economist, a mother, a disciplinary teacher, health officer, artist, and queen. God damn. Damn. Shit. But everybody want a traditional relationship, though. Everybody want a traditional marriage. Everybody want to be a traditional man and traditional woman. And nah, man, that shit don't work. That shit don't work. Because how the fuck are you supposed to be a man and the woman is doing every damn thing down here? So technically, by women doing everything in society now, and men are just out here aggressive and bold, and I wouldn't put strong out there because a lot of these niggas out here are weak as fuck. But aggressive and bold, then there's an imbalance inside the relationship. But again, this is not our tradition. This is our indoctrination. Again, this is not our tradition. This is our indoctrination. Anything that they say is a tradition to all of us is an indoctrination to you. Your gender roles and how you run your house is an indoctrination. It's an indoctrination, and it's fairly new. I showed you it started in 1950. It began with the Puritanian way of life, but it became amplified in 1950s. 1950s was key times. So, to balance the household, a lot of men should be the organizer sometimes, the administrator, health officer, teacher. Oh, we need more men teachers. We need more men health officers, holistic healing, disciplinary. We need a lot of men to discipline. A lot of these kids act out because of the men ain't disciplined. I'm going to be real. I'm going to keep it real with us, fellas. The reason why a lot of these kids is wilding a little bit is because they raised inside a mother household. But the main reason is because you ain't whooping their ass and you ain't being a disciplinarian. And a lot of us not, even not just with our kids, but with all kids, nigga. For real. Bro, a woman can only tell their kids to sit down. Look, I'm a dude, bro. I'm a dude. I grew up with a mama who used to whoop my ass. I used to get whooping as a kid, bro. I used to cry, scream. That shit used to hurt me. That type of shit. When I turned 13 years old, her whoopings didn't hurt no more. You feel me? You start toughening up. That's when Pops come through, though. That's when he come through in the clutch. But, you know, a woman's voice don't carry like a man that gets the attention of kids. I know, bro. Today, I'm Ubering this morning. I picked the lady up. She got two of her kids. Her kid in the back seat. Now, for one, she ain't even got them seatbelt. I had to stop and tell her seatbelt her kids. But anyways, the little dude back there just crying, screaming, kicking the seat. She's back there. This is, I shit y'all not. This is a 20-minute ride. I'm picking her up and dropping her off to her destination. It's a 20-minute ride. For the whole 20 minutes, she's back there saying, "Stop. Don't kick the seat." Black woman. "Stop. Don't kick the seat. Oh my God, you guys working on my nerves. Stop." She tried to get loud one time, but if I was her kid, I wouldn't even listen either because, you know what I'm saying? It ain't carry that. Sit your ass down. It ain't carry that shit right there. You know what I'm saying? She was still negotiating and asking, "Please stop. Please quit. Please, ain't no please. Sit your ass down." Yeah, there's sternness. You know what I'm saying? With the bass, kids know that you serious. So the disciplinary is on us. You know, I think a lot of our ancestors back in the 1800s, they understood this and they operated totally different. Like again, 1950s, gender roles, Puritanian way of life. We are the rebellion. We rebelled against the Catholic Church, so that means that we rebelled against the Puritanian way of life as well. The shit deep. So a lot of our ancestors actually didn't have these gender roles and didn't participate in this shit because it went totally against what our ancestors believed in. You know what I'm saying? Energy is balance. You can't put a task on a gender. Everybody is capable of being caretakers, conscience, farmers, educators, and entrepreneurs. Disciplinary, economics, disciplinary, teachers, health officers, artists, king and queen. We all are capable of doing all that. And we will thrive as a community once we all start getting back to that. Okay? You don't need to be aggressive as a guy. Aggressive comes with survival mode. You're not in survival mode no more. You can relax. You can think clear. Okay? You can't think clear when you're aggressive all the damn time. Just guerrilla go mode. It don't work like that. Our fellas gotta get back to it though. You know, women too. We all set the bar. We all set the standard. The kids is watching us. This is why I say I believe in spiritual roles. I don't really believe in gender roles at all. You know, the shit don't make sense. And if we all come back to spirituality, a lot of things will be a lot more better. It'll be a lot more better than what it is now. Because obviously, this physical shit ain't working. This physical shit is leading our people down a one-way road that goes no damn where. Feel me? They got our people getting peed on for $250,000. You feel me? This shit got our people drinking other people's urine. This shit ain't leading people nowhere, bruh, but on the wrong path. But on the wrong path, bruh. So now, spiritual lesson. Told you that it's just an open topic, open discussion. The live is free. Anybody want to tap in, drop some gems, you know, you're more than welcome. I don't trip. But now, spiritual lesson. I need people to understand this. Okay, I've been quiet about this shit for like 3-4 years when spirituality became a trend. I let people do their thing. You know what I'm saying? Tarot card readers. I let everybody do their thing. There's more to a soulmate. There's more to a soulmate than just a twin flame. Alright, and soul ties. People kill me with it. Okay, so now we about to go ahead and teach you the different type of soulmates real quick, alright? Of course, you got your soul partners. Your soul partners, look, for one, let me go ahead and clear this up. This shit don't mean relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband. This shit can be anything. It could be friends, family. It could be co-workers. It could be your dog. It could be a damn relationship with yourself. You can be your own karmic partner, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You could be your own karmic partner. You feel me? You could be hindering your damn self from progressing and all that type of shit. So, yeah. Alright, so now you got your soul partners. Your soul partners is pretty much your soul tribe. Shout out to my soul tribe out there. My American Indians, my Moors, my Israelite brothers who knows America is the real old world. You know, we gotta be specific because, you know, a lot of people say that they us, but they ain't us. So shout out to us who really know what's happening. Those your soul partner, your soul family, your soul tribe. Once you start vibrating, you got two sets You got a low vibrational soul tribe and soul partners, and you got a high vibrational soul tribe and soul partners. When you're low vibrational, you're gonna attract all low vibrational soul tribe members. That's gonna love and encourage the bullshit that you do because they on the same shit. Now, when you start vibrating high, you're gonna start losing those, and you're gonna start gaining higher vibrational ones, because now when you vibrate high, you get stronger magnetized of a positive level, and you start attracting like mind and light spirit people. All right. Again, shout out my soul tribe out there. Found y'all. All right. Found y'all. I remember y'all from my past lives, boy. We was fucking shit up back in the day. You feel me? But anyways, now soul ties. Soul ties. We're gonna dig deeper into this in future lives. We just gonna go ahead and cover the basis real quick. Okay, soul ties. Soul ties are those that you have a soul tie with. And it could be your child, it could be your mama, it could be your sister, it could be your brother, your auntie, your sister, cousin, anybody, you know what I'm saying, relationship and stuff like that. What it is that you exchange energies and tie it together. You don't necessarily have to have sex to have a soul tie, okay? It can just be a strong bond that you have with somebody. You know, all of us have that friend or two that's family. Like, that nigga stop becoming our friends, and that's cousin. You can come inside the house, go inside the refrigerator, get something to eat, all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got your back, you got my back, we riding together, woody woo woo. You created a soul tie together. You guys bonded and shit off of that. Now, since we're in a lustful society inside of Babylon, and Jezebel spirits is running around, and incubuses and succubuses is running around and shit like that, and jinn and everything, that all jinn is bad. Let me go ahead and clear that up. But jinn running around like that, you got this other soul tie that happens through sex. Okay, so fellas, see, here's the thing with the latex. Yes, latex is there as a contraceptive of a steroid. All right, that's what a contraceptive is. It's just another fancy word for sterilization. All right, so now it does two things. It sterilizes you, but it also keeps energy off of you, good or bad. Okay, you create a soul tie once you put your inside of a girl like that. Whatever energy she's carrying from past relationships, whatever energy she has on her, whatever shadow demons or whatever, that shit gets attached to you and all that other stuff. And the same vice versa. The shit is really bad. It's really worse for women, because not only do women create a soul tie, but she also starts to mimic and copy and damn near become a clone of the literal man. So if you really want to know how a man feels, look at his chick. If she's happy, I'm talking about like blissful happy, that nigga happy. He just probably got a mean mug. But if she's mad and depressed, that nigga's mad and depressed. I'm telling you, watch his chick. His chick, man's chick will tell you everything about the man. Just pay attention to her body language, because she done became a clone of this nigga. Emotions and all. Some of them start looking like each other and shit after a while. You be like, damn, are y'all brothers and sisters? They're like, fuck no. But, you know, they start looking like each other after a while. Personalities, laughter, energy. She thinks like them, talks like them, acts like them, you know what I'm saying? So women really definitely have to be careful on these soul ties and stuff like that. And it's also good to detox and cut these ties as well. Or else the energy will still linger. The energy will still linger with you. Okay. Well, I say he free tomorrow though. I appreciate that. Yeah, can't wait. They trying to get us all. They trying to get us all. They trying to get us like Pokeball. All right. So now you got your past life soul. You got your past life soulmate. All right. Your past life soulmates are your soulmates, of course, that you met in the past life. All right. Whether y'all were friends, homeboys. That's what's up. Your video got 1 million views. Congrats. You hit that milestone. I'm trying to hit that. That's good. So now the past life soulmates are, those that you knew in your past life, of familiar spirits or souls, familiar souls, spirits, those you have deja vu with. This could be your sister, brother, cousin, y'all know it could be anybody. You know what I'm saying? It could be anybody. A lot of us, you know, a lot of our kids, came from our past life, believe it or not. A lot of our kids came from our past life. A close sibling, if you got a sibling that y'all just inseparable or some shit like that, y'all shared a past life together. Y'all's probably brothers and sisters in the past life and stuff like that. It's funny how the universe works. Just when you get around people and they just seem very familiar, like, damn, bro, I feel like I know you from somewhere. You start getting that feeling. That's because your soul is familiar with that person's soul. You guys traveled the ethers and everything together. Y'all had multiple past lives together. You feel me? And it's like that. Do your birth chart. Your birth chart breaks down all of this shit. Like real talk, your birth chart breaks down a whole lot. And then you can also do your birth chart on past lives and all that. There's a book. I gotta find this book, but there's a book about past lives, zodiacs, and all that type of shit. And it gets deep with it. I'm talking about like real deep, like it bitch will tell you if your kid was your kid in a past life type shit. Like I was like, damn, okay, cool. But yeah. So now you got your karmic soulmates. If y'all be watching tarot card readings, y'all be hearing that a lot. I watch tarot card readings while I'm Ubering. The shit's entertaining. Some shit be hitting on the point. But your karmic soulmates are soulmates that you're supposed to learn a lesson from. It's you getting your karma, whether it's good or bad. And you're supposed to learn a lesson from them. Once you learn your lesson, you move on from it. If you don't learn your lesson, you will continue meeting the same karmic energy in different people. Ladies, don't it feel like you be meeting the same guy in a different skin? Yeah, there's a lesson you're supposed to learn. Fellas, don't it feel like you be running into the same damn women in a different skin? That's because you're not learning a lesson that you're supposed to learn. And I'm willing to bet 90% of everybody that's on this live, all y'all relationships ended the same damn way. Correct me if I'm wrong. I bet you everybody's relationships ended the same way. Think about your past relationships and think about how they all ended. They all ended the same way, didn't they? Yep. And if the answer is yes, then that's because you're just repeating this cycle and you haven't learned your lesson yet. And just pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Spiritual chick said not really. I mean, I said 90%. You're falling at 10 percentile. But not really is kind of a shaky answer. You know what I'm saying? Kind of a shaky answer. So he said, yeah, we getting deep tonight though. A little something. Got the reggae wine. Yeah, we back. So now, and again, it don't necessarily have to pertain to a relationship. You can have a karmic parent. You can have a karmic sibling. You can have a karmic friends. You can have a karmic anything. You know what I'm saying? It just all depends on the karma that you have accumulated in your past life and present life, so your future life can be better. But it all depends on the karma that you accumulated, the lessons within those karmas, whether it's good or bad, and it manifests within certain people. So, you just gotta just really peak game. From in these times with this batch of star seeds and indigo children, us 80s and 90s babies, we have a lot of family issues. A lot of our cousins and families are karmic. I kind of noticed that about us 80s, 90s babies. A lot of us don't get along with like cousins and shit. Like we'll have a few cousins that we cool with, our road dog and shit. But like for the other ones, you be like, I mean, I ain't gonna let nobody whoop your ass, but I ain't really trying to jig with you like that either. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, like, you know, if I see some dudes trying to jump you, I got you, off the strength of the blood. But I'm gonna be real. On the family reunion, you can't hit my blunt. I'm just being real with you, dog. You know what I'm saying? If I let you get jumped, grandmama will be mad. I can't let that happen. But you can't smoke with me though. You know what I'm saying? You know, we all have those karmic family members. So it is what it is. There's a lesson for us to learn in our dysfunctional families. And we haven't learned that lesson, and we've been repeating this lesson since 1950s. Ironically, well, not ironically, because we all come from the same tribe, we all have the same family dysfunctions. Whether you from California, Chicago, Georgia, Florida, Texas, Tennessee, in the Carolinas, whatever the case may be, we all got the same family dysfunctions. We all part of the same tribe. We've been disenfranchised together. We've been COINTELPRO together. We've been controlled opposition together. We've been MK Ultra together. We've been Tuskegee experimented together. You know what I'm saying? We've been bombed together, lynched together, ate together. Like, we've been through all of this shit together. You know what I'm saying? Which is even more reason for us to unite. But, you know, we're going to cross that path when we get there. But we all had that same upbringing. What's happening, O? You know what I'm saying? Whether you have a narcissistic mama or a narcissistic father, whether you have one sibling who's depressed, another sibling who's hyper as shit, you're the black sheep and everybody just don't get you, don't understand you, so you kind of alienated a little bit, you know what I'm saying, or alienated a lot, you know. Whether you was one of them people who was just trying to figure out yourself, you know, like me, I was one of those people who had to figure out myself. Like, I was cool with everybody, so I just used to question, like, damn, bro, it was like, what kind of personality I got? Because I used to think you had to be in a box. Either you was a gothic person, an anime person running down the hallway and shit, you know, an athlete, whatever the case. I used to think that. But it dawned on me, the reason why I was cool with everybody is because I'm a cool motherfucker. I relate to everybody. And everybody's interesting. Because I look at people as an individual. I don't look at people as a generalized whole. I look at people as an individual. So when I encounter and I talk to people, it's as an individual. And individually, people are interesting in shit. I'm being for real. Individually, people are interesting, bro. People weird as hell. And I mean that in a good way. I'm talking about weird, the etymology to control one's destiny way. You know what I'm saying? But when you put that individual in a group, it's like the individuality just fucking disappear and they just become bots now. You just, damn, bro, you weren't talking like that when I had you over here dropping this gem on you. But as soon as I bring you over here with the crowd, now all of a sudden you slang. You know what I'm saying? This is why I say a lot of people be fake woke. I mean fake sleep. That's why I say a lot of people fake sleep. A lot of people see what the fuck going on. A lot of people too scared. But anyways, back on topic though. But karmics can be anything. You just gotta pay attention. If you don't pay attention, you're gonna repeat the same cycle. A lot of us is repeating the same cycle, whether it's your family, whether it's your relationship, whether it's your relationship with yourself. Sometimes you hinder your own self. Sometimes you are the one that's sabotaging your own damn plans. You are your karmic relationship. You over here talking about everybody toxic, I'm cutting everybody out. You need to be cutting off your old self. That's the motherfucker. Go look in the mirror and tell the nigga you cutting them off. That's the nigga that been stopping you. That nigga been stopping you right there. For real, your own mind. You gotta get out your own way. Whatever fears you have, you gotta get over that. What you got a fear of success, you gotta get over that if you're trying to reach it. You feel me? What you got a epistemophobia, you gotta read a few books to get over that. You feel me? What you an introvert, man, go on out there and mingle with some people. Especially if you talking about chasing fiat currency and shit like that, you better mingle with some people. That's how you network. You feel me? Or just whatever the case may be, whatever fear you have, get over that shit. If you scared to swim, make it your duty to hit the pool. And every week you go deeper and deeper learning how to swim. Cause when shit hit the fans, I ain't carrying you on my back. I'm gonna be real. I could swim good enough for me and my child, bro. That's it. That's it. I ain't got time to be trying to lifeguard nobody. I don't even know CPR anyway. Even if I did save you, you still gonna have water in your lungs. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna be punching you in the chest and shit. You know, you gotta figure this shit out. Whatever fear you have, you gotta get over it because that's what's hindering you. That's your karma. Whatever you scared of, that's your karma. You gotta get over it. Alright? Now, twin flames. We ain't gonna talk about romantic soulmates because I mean shit, the name it is what it is. And romantic don't necessarily mean sexual or intimate or dating like people means. Romantic just means, well, intimate don't even mean what people think. See, that's what I mean by this is a lustful society, because lustfully, when people hear intimate and romantic, they automatically think like relationship and sex and shit like that. No. Romantic and romance and all of this shit it just means that you're being intimate. Intimate just means that you're getting to know somebody. You know what I'm saying? So when you talk about romantic soulmates, this is just people that, you know what I'm saying, your bromance, female mans, whatever label you want to put on, that's what it is. You're bonding. That's it. So a lot of people got super strong bonds, a lot of people don't. Some people are traditional enemies. I mean, shit, that's kind of ain't too much to go on that one. Ain't too much to go on that one. But twin flames get talked about a lot. A lot of people get misconceptions. A lot of people hit it dead on the head. Twin flames and karmic partners are very similar but different. Because there's lessons you're supposed to learn from your twin flame as well. A twin flame don't necessarily mean it's the love of your life. You meet your twin flame, you're going to run off in the sunset and get married and shit. Nope. Complete opposite. It can happen, but complete opposite. Alright? Your twin flame is a twin. Twins are opposites. Okay? Twins are opposites. Night and day. That's it. Both of y'all are supposed to learn something from each other. A lot of times when y'all bump heads, it's because y'all know y'all the same soul, but something's different. You can't put your finger on it. Y'all bump heads a lot, but at the same time, the love is still there. Y'all supposed to learn from each other, or else y'all gonna continue repeating the cycle. I'm supposed to teach you, you're supposed to teach me something. Wherever I'm weak at, you're strong at, you're supposed to teach me that, and vice versa and shit like that. And we're supposed to grow in harmony eventually and continue going. You feel me? Yeah, twin flames most definitely can be dangerous. That's where, you know, it can take a turn. It can take a turn for the worse. If you know. But again, it all depends on the type of karma that you and the twin had accumulated in the past lane. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's a roller coaster. I'm gonna be real. It's a roller coaster. I said now I'm Connie 63. Lord, I done married my twin flame. I mean, like I said, if you do good, I mean, it can happen. But you know, you in for a roller coaster. It ain't gonna be no dull moment. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure ain't no dull moment now. So, but just know that you guys are supposed to learn together, and the simple fact that y'all came together and got married, that means that y'all supposed to learn from each other for a lifetime. So, you know, just be open to each other and just be open to learn and listen and be willing to teach and willing to be taught. So, you know, that's the only advice that I have when it comes down to that. She said my twin flame is my ex and it ended bad. It happens like that. And if neither one of y'all learned y'all lesson, you gonna meet that twin flame again. Remember, twin flame is energy. So you'll meet that twin flame again until y'all learn y'all lesson. So now, companion, soulmates, aka soulmate friends, which is your homeboy, your ride or die. Fellas is your partner that you'll go to bat for, your partners that you'll go to bat for. Most men that I know, we got a top 5. I'm gonna be real. You know what I'm saying? Most men that I know, we got a top 5 solid homeboys that we can count on our hand. Women got 2.5, 2 2/4. You feel me? I noticed that about women. Women got 2 main homegirls. One is a main homegirl. Then the second one is like the main homegirl for when the main don't pick up the phone when you need her to pick up, so you're gonna call the main homegirl because her and the other homegirl they kind of the same, so you're gonna kind of get the same advice, so it's close. Now that half a homegirl that y'all got, she cool, but y'all don't really like her like that, but she kind of give good advice every now and then. It be some shit that you don't want to hear, but you know what I'm saying, it be beneficial. But at the same time, she the homegirl that you can't really talk to because she tell all your damn business, but she always got the good gossip for you and shit like that. Bro, look, I got 4 sisters, a mama, and 2 grandmamas, man. I grew up with a shitload of cousins. I peep it all. I peep it all, man. Women and their friends are hilarious, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna be real, bro. I'm trying to figure out how men are the ones that shoot them up, bang, bang, stepping on all. You know what I'm saying? When you really look at women and their friends and beef and the drama and shit like that, they should be the ones out here. Bah, bah, you would think it'll be women that's out here lighting shit up and hollering girl beefing and shit like that because the emotions is, man, hell no. It's like they have a civil beef. It's shit civilized. It can get ratchet, but for the most part, it's civilized beef. I don't like you, and I don't mind you not liking me, but as long as we keep it real with each other, it's all good. It's that type of shit. It's weird politics. It's weird trying to explain the shit, but it's just weird though. You know what I'm saying? Fellas, it's like shit. Fuck it, bro. That dude your homeboy talked bad about you one time. It's it. It's it. But but we all got that companion, soulmate / soulmate friends. You know what I'm saying? We all got that one. Shit, the gossiping ass homegirl thought you silly. Said my cutoff game strong. And now you got soulmate families and soul groups. Soul groups is the same as soul partners. We already know. Shout out to my soul tribe. I'm glad I found y'all. You know what I'm saying? We got to stay connected. And soul families, the same as the soul groups and soul tribes. Shout out to my soul family. I'm glad I found y'all. I'm glad y'all found me. This is a beautiful family reunion. Hopefully we can take this to Miami with the meet and greet real soon. And we really get a family reunion on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. I'm still down for it. You feel me? May, or, just, shit, May is good enough, bro. But, like, Miami, Miami, it is what it is. So, all my brothers out there in California, go ahead and start making plans for May. Go ahead and get your airplane tickets and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? All my brothers in North Carolina, shit, y'all right there. Y'all ain't even got that far to drive, be out here 100. You know what I'm saying? We'll let y'all know to go ahead and start leaving out the door. But real talk, I really want to meet y'all in May. Real talk, like real shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a dope ass experience. Me and my homie be about to fight every other week. You and your homie be about they companion soulmate friends though. Y'all probably past life y'all probably past life companions too. You know what I'm saying? Y'all probably been cool since the past lives, depending on how if y'all fight like y'all brothers and shit like that, y'all probably was cool in the past life too. What about VA, Virginia? Y'all invited too. Anybody who down, anybody who wanna come. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. When we get there, will we weed everybody out? We ain't gonna get too deep on it. We'll weed everybody out, but everybody that wanna come, you gotta come. And be real, be 100, have integrity, you know. Uh and it is what it is, you know. Any sign of drama, we can't fuck with you. You know, we have to disown you. You know, we all moving with a common goal, unity. You know, we moving with peace, justice, love, freedom, integrity. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is, man. We gotta like we all. I hate using the term, but we all woke. We conscious. We all intelligent people. You feel me? So we'll be able to make this work. We'll be able to discuss some shit, plan some shit, and get things accomplished. You know, I have high hopes and high faith in us. You feel me? Especially those of us who's been rocking going on 2 years now. May Miami, I'm down. I'm going to Atlanta first, then drive from Atlanta. Okay, cool. That's right there. He said carpool, Rashad. North Carolina and Virginia people, y'all can carpool. Y'all like right there. He said that to me recently. We was past like friends. See, there you go. Y'all niggas gonna get old together, bro. I'm trying to tell you. Y'all, I'm trying to tell you, though. Y'all gonna be them two old men. That's gonna be y'all been friends forever, still arguing and shit. hmm So now, how to spiritually grow with your partner, but I'm gonna say how to spiritually grow with your tribe, which are still partners, because I feel like that we can incorporate this as well. How I plan, just reading this, I understand, and I'm gonna keep working on this, but I feel like the ways that we are gonna be able to grow spiritually as a tribe and what we must accomplish as a tribe, we must worship together. We already know what's happening. We already see. Here's the thing: worship together. We already doing it. You know what I'm saying? We already give shout out to the ancestors and everything. You know, we give shout out to the sun. We give shout out to nature, the earth, the universe, the frequencies, the vibrations, the reflections. You know what I'm saying? We give shout outs to each other because we are reflections, and through us the universe is working through us. So we are one with the universe, universal law of oneness. Unity consciousness, 144 hertz is what we operating on. You feel me? So we already doing it. So we already good with it. We just gotta keep it up, keep it strong. Faith is good with the action. So worship together. This one may feel like a no-brainer, of course, but it can easily be overlooked. It can easily be overlooked. You know, they say prayer with each other. I'ma say meditate. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna meditate together. You know, we're gonna serve together. We're gonna give together. And a bonus reminder, we're gonna live intentionally. Okay? I said I am the drama. He said I lost all my friends. Hey Rashad, don't feel bad, bro. Hey. Nah, knowing you, you know. Hey, I bet y'all hey. Hey, Hey, look, bro. I wonder what everybody. Hey, I get along with a whole. I'm an Aries. I get along with a whole lot of fire signs, and I got a feeling a lot of y'all are fire signs or y'all earth signs. I get along with all of them because I just had a thought, and I don't know if it was vibrational or not, Rashad, but you was like, I lost all my friends. I was like, shit, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Got the Leo in the building. So he an air sign. Okay. Air and fire work together. You need that oxygen to get the fire going, so it's all good. Yeah. Fire twin Leo. My sister Leo. Scorpio. So I get along with Aries. Yep. Yeah, Cancer. My mama a Cancer. That's how I know. I knew it. My mama a Cancer. I already know what that is, Rashad. Jimbo the Taurus. I got a Taurus cuss. I get along with all Taurus. Yep. Aries with a Taurus cuss. Yep. I'm double stubborn. I'm hot headed too. Don't hey. I'm telling you, look, man. That Aries with that Taurus cuss. Hey, man, look, bro. I be on go. Man. Look, stubborn, and I see it too. Like when I learned about birth charts, and I'm reading mines, I could see every personality inside me. I was like, that's when I started believing in birth charts, and I learned about it like last year. I'm reading it. I'm like, damn, this shit crazy as hell. I'm talking about like in detail. This shit crazy. And I see every one of my aspects and like every memory of every sign. It was like flashing. I was like, damn, so that was that then. That shit made sense. I was like, damn. Cause I got like I'm already hothead because I'm the Aries, but the Taurus stubbornness come in when people try to tell me to calm down and shit. And I get more riled up, you know what I'm saying? Like, hell no, bro. Like, I don't stop until it's nothing left, whether it's an argument, a fight, or whatever. I don't stop until there's nothing left, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, damn, I see that right there. But it also got its good sides about it too, about the Taurus and the Aries too. So, and then I got like 3 Aquarius placements. I got like 3 Aquarius placements. I got a Leo, and I think my North Node was a Leo, and my South Node, I think my North Node is a Leo, and my Wounded Warrior is a Cancer. So that shit, hey. That Wounded Warrior shit deep. I damn near cried reading that shit. I was like, God damn, this shit deep. Like, you know me, nigga. But my Wounded Warrior is a Cancer. My North Node is a Leo. I got like 3 Aquarius placements. And I got, Taurus and Aries. So I was like, that shit dope. I said his son of Aries. Your son is high vibrational then. For real. That's what it is. I'm a Leo rising. Yeah. I'm an Aries with a Taurus cuss, and I'm a Leo rising. That's why I jigs with Leos a lot too. Like my sister Leo, I fuck with all Leos. They personality is just dope because they don't give a fuck about shit. They be cold hearted, but it's a front though. It's a front. Like Leos are soft. Like I ain't like soft like weak, but they like marshmallows for the people they love, man. Like they so marshmallowy. But that's the reason why they so tough. And I'll just be sitting here looking at my sister like, girl, you give me a hug. You just need a hug. That's it. But yeah. I know, right? Spiritual hood chick, he got cancer twice. He double stubborn. Yeah, my daughter a Taurus. Shit, my daughter's a My daughter's an Aquarius with a Pisces cusp. It is crazy because her favorite rapper is an Aquarius and a Libra, cause she got Libra in her too. Her favorite two rappers are Aquarius and Libra. Like she like Kevin Gates and she like NBA YoungBoy. I mean, shit, and she like Chris Brown and shit. For real. Yeah, she like Chris Brown too. Yeah, she like she like Kevin Gates. She like NBA YoungBoy. She like Tupac. She like Boosie. She like Chris Brown. She like Earth, Wind and Fire. And what else she like? She like Mariah Carey. I ain't been playing Mariah Carey lately around her. But I think she only like Mariah Carey because she be screaming and she can scream too. That's the only reason why I think so. And I really haven't played Mariah Carey around her lately because she screams. So, but yeah. But for the most part, man, my daughter a thug, bro. She a thug. I chalk it up to that Seminole blood in her, man. I don't know what the hell. I'm gonna be real. I did the Kevin Gates and the Tupac. I did that, because that's all I was bumping. You feel me? But that Boosie, shit, I don't know where Boosie come from. I don't know where the hell Boosie come from. I don't know where that came from. Boosie came on the radio one time. She was back there like mumbling, like she rapping that bitch. She started smiling. Lord, let me go ahead and put some bond money up right real quick. Let me go and put some bond money up right now. I see now. and you Aquarius and a Pisces. I'm gonna put some money up. Get serial killer vibes. Get serial killer vibes. Oh, my baby though. But my daughter is a past life soulmate of mine. We share many past lives together. She's been my child in three incarnations. From what my birth chart and from what my soul tells me, she been my child in three incarnations. So that shit crazy. You see, I love Pisces. My husband was, but I can't stand him. It sounds like a Pisces. You love him, but you can't stand him. My brother Joe a Pisces. I love him, but I be wanting to uppercut dude sometimes. I be like, bro, I just want to goddamn. I love you, bro, but I just want to strangle this shit out of you right now. But But, that's just the introduction of that. Like I said, this is a whole new Gregorian calendar year, so we're going to be talking about a whole new topics. We're going to go deeper and everything like that. So as we introduce the spiritual section of everything, we're going to be talking about birth charts. We're going to really get down in zodiacs and stars and, energies and everything like that. We're going to continue breaking down gender roles and breaking the indoctrination on our people like that. Try to, kind of counteract and COINTELPRO their COINTELPRO, if that makes sense. So we're going to try and do that. We're going to try and squeeze that in there. So y'all hold on. I know it's a new topic. It's a little rocky. But, we ain't going to touch too hard in it. But, we just going to be doing the same thing we do with history. Letting people know who created this, who mindset you got, and why you not thinking for yourself, pretty much. Because that's all MK Ultra is, for the most part. And we're going to continue touching on MK Ultra, psychology, and just mind mental work, because you got to understand psychology and the soul to understand MK Ultra, because that's pretty much what they targeted. Because the physical is a manifestation of the mental and the physical. So if you can control the mental and the physical, then you can control the physical of everything. So, and they learned how to do that already. MK Ultra, okay? So we gonna try to counteract a lot of this shit as much as possible, okay? So we're gonna get back to a lot of that. American Indian history. I got some new bombshells for y'all. Um, Irish history for my folk with Irish blood. 38% of us have that, so shout out to us who know it. I got some bombshells for y'all too. All right, and we just gonna continue doing what the main platform is doing is history. So that's automatic. We're gonna get back deep into that, and there's a couple more new topics. We're just gonna continue studying words because words are spells as well. Um, Psychology. I haven't got a chance to screenshot it, but I will. The etymology with psychology, with psych and ology, is dealing with mind and soul. Period. Psychology, mind and soul. So keep that in mind. Put a pin in it. Now, news article: harnessing the healing powers within ourselves. What? Why are they starting trying to tell you that you can heal yourself now? What have we always said, man? All of this is organs. You are one big organ, and organs can heal itself. You are one big ass glob of a billion trillion cells densed up together to create you, your skin, and everything. And cells can heal themselves. Shout out to Wolverine, because a lot of us are Wolverine. I was blessed with that healing power. Not like heal in front of you if I not no shit like that. But I do heal quick. You know, like I said, I bust my head wide open. You can see my brain and shit like that when I was a kid. 3 days, my shit was healed the fuck up. Lost some memory and shit in the process, but I was healed up in 3 days. Woke up out of 3-day coma and everything like that. We heal fast. Shout out melanated beings with melanin around our organs and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We heal fast naturally. We bounce back. You know, we don't break. You understand me? You know, anytime we get cuts, you got tattoos. I'm willing to bet all melanated people right now inside this live, all our tattoos heal quick. I bet you we all did. All my tattoos healed within 5 days. The only one that took the longest was my stomach. But other than that, all my tattoos healed within 5 days. By that 6th day, I'm out. This shit already peeling and everything. You know what I'm saying? It's just in you. But yes, read what they talking about though, because they just telling us some shit that they done already figured out. They did a little read. Y'all good? Y'all straight? Shout out, man. I missed y'all. I ain't been on live all week, man. I was ready to get on live. Let's see. What's happening, Dave? I ain't even see you tiptoe in the class, man. Roll it if you got it. Round 2. Roll it if you got it. This is round 2. Alright. Thought said I heal fast too. Man, I'm trying to tell you. They can't kill us off because they need our DNA and our blood. You feel me? Yeah, they knocking us off, but they not gonna kill us off because they need our blood and our DNA. Melanated people going extinct is the worst thing that can ever happen for the face of this earth. I'm gonna say that again. Melanated people going extinct is the worst thing that can happen for the face of this earth, and they know this. I cut my finger off and put it back on myself. I'm trying to tell you. Could try to cook spaghetti. Ooh, that boy chopped the finger off. Yeah, that boy throw stuck his finger back on. That's what's up though. About a week went past and it was attached back on. See? See, y'all was just talking about that earlier. Yep. They can't unalive all of us. We multiply too fast. Yeah, that too. We multiply too fast. And they need us. He said if we stop giving blood, people will feel sicker over time. Oh yeah. But if we all just stop giving blood at the plasma cell and all that shit, hey man, look. A lot of shit'll speed up real quick. For real. A lot of shit'll speed up real quick. So bioscience discovered that a molecular derived from glucose in immune cells can both stop bacteria growing and dampen inflammatory responses. Dr. Das said that the finding is a critical step towards future therapeutics that train immune systems. The research was published in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The effects of this molecule called ribulose 5 phosphate on bacteria are striking. It can cooperate with other immune factors to stop disease causing E. coli bacteria from growing. What? It also reprograms the immune system to switch off destructive inflammations. Inflammations. Damn. Curse this Creole tongue. Which contributes to both life-threatening infectious diseases such as syphilis, that's a new one, as well as chronic inflammatory diseases like respiratory disease, chronic liver disease, bowel disease, rheumatoid arthritis, heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and dementia. You might just say every damn thing. If I told you that you are the walking cure, would you believe me? Everything you need is inside you and in earth. When you think the creator would create you like that, oh man, look. Not only are you your own walking salvation, but you are your own walking cure if you understood the cells and bioscience and eating right and diet and toxic and detox and herb and holistic healing and everything like that to activate these other cells that's been lying dormant because it's been polluted and everything like that. Yeah, I was supplying the vampires with our plans will never again. I'm trying to tell you we should do that. We could destroy people overnight. That's what people don't get, yeah. That's true. Professor Sweet said human cells were also used to demonstrate that ribulose 5 phosphate reduced the production of molecules that drive chronic inflammatory diseases. Host directed therapies, which train our immune system to fight infections, will become increasingly important as more types of bacteria become resistant to known antibiotics, Professor Sweet said. A bonus is that it can switches off destructive inflammation, which gives it the potential to combat chronic disease by boosting the immune pathways that generate ribose 5 phosphate. Mm. All right, let's go ahead and throw some history in here. That was a little science. Like I said, just getting a touch on there, little subjects here and there for the night. History. Something they didn't tell you that happened in the 1800s. Something they didn't tell you that happened in the 1800s. 1864 to be exact. In 1864, a photograph of a group of Japanese samurais standing in the front of the Great Sphinx in the Giza of Egypt. Which Egypt, though? And Japanese samurais, 1864, Ellis Island. Japanese samurais in the Middle East. I appreciate that, 700. I really do appreciate it. Japanese samurais in Egypt in 1864. What are they doing there? What were they doing there? The European camera just don't seem to add up. I'm telling you. As unexpected as this combination may be, the 1959-year-old photograph highlights a pivotal moment in history of Japan and the globalized world. The image depicts the second Japanese embassy to Europe, also called the Akita mission. We're going to read on that in the next live because you know I got that mission. Under the control of Tokugawa shogunate, the military dictators who ruled feudal Japan, local governor Akita Nagiski, however you say that, he was sent off to Europe in 1864 in a bid to resolve a burning disagreement over the port of Yokohama. Okay. Egypt. Wonder what they was disagreeing on. Alongside the 27-year-old was a delegation of 36 men. As we can see in images of the men taken in Paris, many are armed with two swords, an honor that was reserved for samurai. The educated warrior class of Japan who wielded significant political power at that time. The second half of the 19th century was a time when Japan was at an essential crossroads. European colonizers had taken control of a huge stretch of Asia. They done whited them boys out. So they done took a huge stretch of Asia, as well as Africa and the Americas. To hold them at bay, Japan had been acting to hold them at bay, Japan had been acting on a strict isolationist policy called Sakuku Sakoku since the 17th century that attempted to cut off the island from the outsiders in a push to preserve their culture. As part of this policy, Christianity in the city was forbidden. Mm, okay. I like that story. We ain't really touch on we don't really touch too much outside of American history too much. And you know me, I like I like just learning about history because everything is connected. So you gotta know a little bit about everything to get the bigger picture. So we also gonna dig into Japanese history because this is around European colonizer time, all the way up to 1864, and a little bit beyond there. Now Ellis Island said that Japan sent like 30 to 50,000 Japanese to Angel Island on the same boat that the Ish people was arriving on as well, and some Germans and shit like that. And when those Japanese people and Chinese people, they stepped off that boat at Angel Island, they were classified as natives. Mm. So I don't really think that they was at a crossroads so existentially with the Europeans. Uh, they the same damn people. Gotta play the victor and the victim. The only way to do that is if you're the same people. But we're gonna dig a lot more into that because the Egypt that they talking about, it ain't even Egypt. It ain't Africa Egypt. You know what I'm saying? It ain't Africa Egypt. Matter of fact, I still got the picture. I'll show y'all what Egypt it was. It was Chicago. It was Chicago. Oh man! Shout out to the new folks who didn't know that this was Chicago. Man, I just dropped a bomb on y'all. My bad. I can't just drop that on y'all without telling y'all. But yeah, this Chicago. If if a person didn't know that they were actually, I did when I first put it up here. Everybody was like, "What the fuck you got those Middle Eastern people for?" And I was like, "This is Chicago." Niggas was like, "Oh shit." Yeah, man, it's Chicago in the 1800s. See, they ain't see. Hollywood did a beautiful job at telling you and showing you they version of what the Wild Wild West was looking like. But what they didn't show you is what the actual Americas was looking like. Because think about it. Everything you know comes from TV. How you know what the Wild Wild West looked like? TV. Our grandparents grew up in the 1800s. They ain't tell you no shit about no Wild Wild West for real. They told you, yeah, the black cowboys was black and shit like that. But how Hollywood showed you, our grandparents ain't tell you no shit like that went down. But they showed you what the Wild Wild West looked like. Who, who, how do you know? School books and movies. They told you it was, horse carriage, buggy, and everything, which it probably was in some parts. But we in Chicago. They got camels in Chicago with Middle Eastern looking people in the 1800s. Camels, y'all. Okay, I'm talking about camels. Now again, those animals in the zoo really think they came from Africa? I mean, you already know they lied to you about you being from Africa. I mean, shit. Think about it. So shout out to my Moorish brothers, because the Morocco that y'all seeking is Chicago. That's why Noble Drew Ali put the first science temple in Chicago, because Noble Drew Ali was alive during these times. He was a little ass boy. In these times, he was a little boy. In these times, Noble Drew Ali, go look at when he was born and shit. Go look at when his mom and them was born. First temple went in Chicago. That's the Mecca. They call it the Mecca. Everybody calls it the Mecca. What's Chicago? The Mecca. Why do they call it the Mecca? Shit, I don't know. They even say it's the motherland, because Chicago is Morocco. So again, when Los be showing you those Moroccans over there, and I'm telling you, you are not them. You are not them. You are them. You're not indigenous to North Africa. You migrated to the Iberian Peninsula and set up shop. But you come from America. And you actually come from Mississippi with the Mississippian Wichita merged. And then they came to Chicago and set up Morocco, which was, another franchise of the Black Wall Street. And they set up Morocco. And then from Chicago, a nice bunch of them went up north through Canada. And from Canada, they made their way to Ireland. And, it's indigenous people are already there, because it's indigenous people all around the world. Don't think that these landmass was empty, because that's retarded. Excuse my language. But they made their way to Ireland, and they set up shop, because they met their brothers and sisters that was always there too, because that is also the land of Shem as well. They were Shemites. So, they just intermingled with family already. Boom. They set up shop right there. And then from there, they went to North Africa. But when they went to North Africa, they ran into the Alawite dynasty. And they was fighting for that landmass, which is called Morocco today. All right. The indigenous Berberi tribe, they end up losing Morocco. They won at first, and they was running North Africa, Morocco, Mali, and over there. But they end up losing because the Alawite dynasty had help. They had the Black Dutch, they had the Spaniard, they had the Portugal. You know what I'm saying? The so-called Portugal, the so-called Spaniard, all of these people. They had the Germans, the Neanderthals, the Anglo-Saxons. They had the Turks and all of them. So, yeah, man, you just got jumped. You just got jumped. And the funny thing is, they sent y'all asses back to America. They sent your ass back to America and called you Africans. These just some Africans. Niggas left indigenous and came back Africa. Ain't that what they said happened in Egypt? Ain't we in Tennessee? Ain't we in Morocco? Then the Egyptian president said, they left black, came back white. Niggas left indigenous and came back Africans. That shit crazy, ain't it? They had they most definitely had them, Rashad. Hey, man, hey. Bro. Hey, I forgot I had a playlist on my main page about the hidden history of Mexico and shit like that. I need you on that playlist, dog. I need you on that playlist. For real. Fuck that, bro. We about man, we exposing everything, man. We snitching. Fuck it, yup. I'm snitching, bro. When it comes to this history shit, I'm big snitch. I'm telling everything. I will tonight. I've been out Ubering 12 hours this whole week, bro. I ain't been seeing nothing. I ain't even been on TikTok for real. For real. That's the only time snitching is cool, bro. Man, we telling. I'm telling on all you niggas. I'm putting cases on all you niggas, nigga. Shoot program, nigga. For real, I'm telling it all, bro. So you know, and you know what's crazy? This is what I'm saying though. United States Corporation was black owned, nigga. We ran this shit. The original Moors, nigga. Original American Indians, we ran this shit, nigga. We gave everybody a chance. The Ellis Island, I'm sorry, y'all. We was still in control. 1898 haven't happened yet. We was giving them a chance. We was looking out. They came over here and linked up with them and flipped on us. Nigga, like real talk, bro. Everybody flipped on us. Trying to be too cool. Inviting everybody to the damn barbecue. Everybody to the barbecue, bro. We gotta stop inviting everybody to the barbecue. I figured that out too. Like I was mad the whole time, but when I thought about it, I was like, hold on, bro. We didn't get overthrown yet in 1898, and Ellis Island started like 1815, 1850, 1860. So I was like, damn, we was actually trying to look out for folk. But then those who did come, they linked up with them over there. White supremacy. And shit. They staged a coup, and when they overthrew us and they took control, that's when they start creating all these laws, and they just opened the floodgates. This is when you start getting 100,000 Chinese people landing in Mexico and 50,000 Japanese landing in Mexico. You got fucking Russians coming up in Alaska and selling and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like these folks just opened the floodgates over here. We were just trying to look out for a few. Like, damn. I said it, Rashad.
Jeez. Hold on, give me a second.
Mhm. Right, Opil. We were just trying to look out for a few folk. And it opened the floodgate on everybody. Said Opil, letting everybody hit the blood and shit. Low resumes. He started stuttering. Harsh truth, yeah. That is the harsh truth, oh.
Hey, people. Nah, Prince Red, you got to get that plague shit out your mind. That's that's complete fallacy. Get that out your
bro,
mind.
we can't even get sick now with the shit that they creating. You gotta stop thinking that.
Yeah, I was laughing when you were talking earlier about the sickness thing, like or like the healing part. Like
Yeah.
even when it comes to anything that I do, like I gotta pace myself on everything because my body adapts to everything. Like if I was to smoke weed for a whole week straight, by like the fifth day, I wouldn't even be getting high no more.
Mhm.
I gotta take a, or just it would be completely different. I take like a 3 day break and smoke again for it to even hit normal. Nah, but
Yeah,
that's not what I
yeah,
came
go
here to
back to.
talk about. I came I came here because I was doing some research on Mexico, and it is the truth. Like I'm just calling people out now. I'm just snitching,
That's it,
I'm
man.
snitching on this history. And I was wondering how, like somebody said, I wonder how they took a whole country, and it is crazy. But if you look at that picture behind Los right now, try to think about the world at that time. So you got these cities because a lot of cities existed here, and then you had the tribes that lived outside of the cities, right? Um, just like how you see people in today, people live in the city, people live in the suburbs, and people live in the outskirts of towns. It's the same difference. But the people that existed here were not just us. It was other people, other tribes that were here that had traveled. Some traveled peacefully here, and some traveled here and conquered certain parts of the land. So when other people came trying to conquer us, the people that were already here, like falsely or traveled here from somewhere else, they seen their opportunity, so they all just teamed up. It wasn't like how they taught us in history. See, the way history teaches you, it makes you think, oh, like 100 British people sailed here on ships and conquered a whole country. That's what they make you think when you live to like school history, but that's not how it happened. That's far from the truth. You know what I'm saying? And
Shit,
I was looking at,
my school, my school to tell you it was just Columbus by himself. I asked him, I was like, so who was with him? It was just him. God damn, he a bad man.
that man. Mama, there goes that man. When you see Columbus pull up. Hey, nah, but I was looking. I did a video on Mexico just yesterday, but it was talking about a lot of uh, a lot of these different people. Man, they migrated here, and their origins are real non-existent. You know what I'm saying? Like, how they always say how they're always trying to tell us where we're from, right? But then if you go and ask them where they're from, they'll tell you, oh, we're indigenous. But then you'll start looking at these books that say that they migrated, they came out of the mountains and underground, and they conquered the lands that they live in, where they come from. And then you start saying that their historical records of where they come from is oral tradition, and it's not even a real place. The oral traditions, they can't place it nowhere. So it means that they lied throughout history of where they originated from. And it's it's based on pre colonization territories that they had after their migration. So that means that their history is cut off from their migration. So anytime you look them up and you try to, because man, I looked up all these different names, and I'm telling you, I read a lot of stuff. I read a lot of stuff, man. And it stops at one certain spot. It's sort of like how when we do our genealogy and it just stops out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's how their
Yeah.
history is. But we know, we know that they came out of the caves. This book you posted the book. I don't know if you read the book, but you did post it. The accurate descriptions of the New World.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't got,
Yeah,
got got around to it. I got to like the first 3 pages, but I haven't really sat down and thumbed through it. I am doing.
that's a
Yeah.
crazy book. It's like
And
800 pages, but
because there's another book about Mexico. I think it's something like the and antiquities of Mexico or something like that. And their history is like how they explain it because it's their book. Like I had to translate the shit, but it's like they was so vague. Like it's a whole book, but it's just like vague information. You was like, hold on, bro, something ain't sitting right with this book. But like, cause it's like they just popped up out of nowhere, and I don't know, bro. I just always used to look at them and it was like,
that's
y'all
funny.
came from somewhere else, bro. Like, ain't no way in hell. Like, and it's like, it's kind of it kind of makes sense on why they try to push this whole we all are Mexicans. They try to they try to do the same thing with like Americans when you start like dissecting. She like, hold on, nigga. Some man right there like, well, we all Americans. Just keep it going. You like, nah, man, fuck all that. And they do the same thing. Like when we try to say the Afro Mexican people are our people, whatever, they're like, well, we all are Mexicans. We're like, nah, bro, because you don't look. It's like when you go there, bro. There's like 5, 6 different phenotypes that motherfucker. Like you be like, hold on, all y'all indigenous to this one? Oh, somebody is not like the other.
It's all lies. If they got the long faces, they're from Japan.
Yeah, I know, bro. Like I'm gonna be real. When I went into the little hibachi where they cook in front of you, the little Japanese thing, and when the cook told me he was a Mexican, bro, that shit like kind of sparked the light bulb. I was like, hold on, what? But everybody thought that he was Japanese and he can speak Japanese, bro. He
You
played
would
it
never
good. I was
know.
sitting here like,
You would never know, bro. That happened to me at one of those hibachi joints. The dude that was serving my food and cooking it and doing all the tricks and everything. Yeah, that dude was Mexican too. That happened to me before. Hey, look.
but
But I was looking it up, right? This goes into what you were saying, like they popped up out of nowhere. So I was looking at it and I was like, yo, who are these people, bro? Because it doesn't make no sense. And I'm studying these people. So they all speak the Nuato language, Nuahatl, something like that. Nuahatl, Nuato language, right? Uh, Basically like Aztec people. But the thing about it is, one of the groups of the people is called the Tlaxcala. You know what I'm saying? They say that they're indigenous, but they're not. They came from the mountains, right? And they made their way south. So they migrated from the north somewhere, right? And migrated south into Mexico. And they had been, so I was like, so I was wondering, like, these are the people, like, I was looking throughout all their history. They're the ones that they sided with the conquistadors, right? And they helped them take over, Mexico. They helped the conquistadors conquer Mexico. And I was like, dang, why would they do that? You know what I'm saying? Because they're in the same language uh group as the Aztecs, right? So I'm like, they wouldn't be traitors, would they? You know, or why would they be traitors? And I looked at it. So they helped Cortez, conquer Mexico, but they had been warring with the Aztecs for like 20 years, right? Because they came
cause then
from, but the
not cut you
Aztecs,
off real quick.
oh,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
keep going.
Ah, you go. Go ahead.
Oh, no, no, no. I was just saying they were warring with the Aztecs, but then if you look at these other tribes that are in this book that I'm reading, they are part of the Aztec nation, and these people are they're all the same people. They just came at different times. They migrated at different times, and they ended up warring with themselves. It looks like, oh, because over time
So
they they were so much lying about where they were from that when the ancestors came like 500 years later, 100 years later, they can't even find their ancestors because their ancestors are saying they're indigenous to the land, so they don't even know who they're looking for. And now they're going to war with each other.
damn. So I'm gonna be, bro, man, dog. This is that movie Apocalypto. Not well, Apocalypto is one on, but when they be showing like these little indigenous movies and be showing them cannibals and shit, that's them that then crawled out from the mountains and shit. And I think that they was probably eating us, the real indigenous folk.
Yes, man. Yes, in that book, bro, it says that they were a terror to the land, to the whole country, right? The
I
whole
read I
and
read a few books that said that about the Mexican tribes is like really the ones who've been terrorizing shit before the Europeans came.
exactly, bro. Like for real. Like when you look at the when you look at the Mayans and the Aztecs and you look at their pictures and you see like the pale skinned people, those are called the Chichimeca people. All right. Those are the savages that came from the mountains, right? And then So the Tlaxcala people, they're a part of these people. But over time and throughout all the wars, when the conquistadors came, part of the deals that they had when they sided with them is that they wouldn't be referred to as Chichimeca people no more. They cut themselves off from all those people, and that was a part of like the deals that they were making, that they would be treated like different people. And these are the people that like these people are the people that argue with us about who we are. That's why it's so important to know who those people are, because every time you look at these people that come and have something to say, what's the first thing they talk about? Some kind of Aztec tribe, right?
Hmm.
That's the first thing that they claim. So now we know who they are, though. Now we know that they're immigrants.
And 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 they know who they are. They just want to come up here and like pretty much try to co discredit the information. So
That
they
because it's
know,
all
but they mad because we not supposed to know, and and you telling everybody and shit. That's crazy as hell.
you telling everybody. Yeah, they mad. Yeah, that's what they're mad about. Because if you do the research, it's just everywhere. And then people be like, "Yo, why did they hide this and not hide that?" And I was thinking about it because I was like, "Why do they not hide everything?" And then I was like, some history is just too deep to hide, right? Some tribes they just wiped them out, and you don't have like some tribes went to court and got considered extinct into their face, right? But it's because they
Yeah.
were in such small numbers and their overall impact wasn't big enough for them to have to keep them in the history books. But people like the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Olmecs, you can't move these stone structures and shit, and you can't hide every single pyramid that exists. So some cultures they had to keep it alive, but that's why they had to do all these switches because it's like, yo, we're gonna have to explain a pyramid one day. You know what I'm saying? So how do we switch it up? Because we can't erase that history. So when it comes to books, textbooks, when it comes to voyages and people that seen it, all these accounts, we have to keep the accounts because people are gonna want to study it in detail because of what it is. So we just have to find a way so that when people look at it from point from their like, just from the shallow view of looking at it, you can't really distinguish who these people are when you read it. That's why it was so important to give us like 5 to 6 misnomers over time. So when we go back into history and we see these things, the unstudied mind would not know who they're reading about because they don't even know that description.
And on the Mayan murals, those are the little light skinned people that they hold by their head.
Exactly, bro. That all those pictures represent the several times that these people came from the north.
And they
And
tried to say and they tried to say the Mayans was human sacrificing these people and eating them.
no
When
they I don't know if they were eating them, but they definitely were sacrificing them.
I
Every book,
I don't
everything
blame
I
them.
read, they were they were they were sacrificing these people to the gods, bro. But you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. They were at war with them too. So they weren't just
Yeah.
sacrificing like
Random innocent
well
people. They were just
some of the stories of Montezuma said that he sacrificed like 1,000 people in a year once. So I don't know.
and I'm gonna be real. Yeah, yeah. Though the South Side too. Like, and I'm gonna be real. But here's the thing. A lot of them kind of know the difference between one another. Like you got like for instance, you got a lot of Latin kings who fought with us, and a lot of them know this history too about American Indians. Like I got a few of them who would tell you, um, the MS-13 in El Salvador, they'll tell you who the real ones are too, but they don't like you either because, like Rashad said, like a lot of that shit starting to make sense when it come down to gang culture, which is just tribal culture because they substitute tribal with gang anytime they what I'm saying. So the tribal thing starting to make sense too. And you even got certain Latinos that's inside GDs. They call I think it's the Mickey Cobras, if I'm not mistaken, or Satan disciples, or whatever the case may be. So it's like they know a little bit, but again, I try to tell the authentic brothers and sisters down there, you gotta do your due diligence because there's a COINTELPRO put on y'all as well. Because the same people is the same people.
Yeah, so exactly. Now, if you study Mexico, then and you study Mesoamerica, which is like the completion of Mexico, like that's South America and everything, like to the Yucatan and all that stuff. But you'll see that if there is tribes that existed back in those days that were not at war, that means that they were at least at a certain level of peace with melanated rulers at that time, right? So that means not everybody that you meet is gonna hate you. Some of them know. The only one of the biggest things that's been going wrong is we just didn't know. So we would be dealing with people and we don't know the history, behind the people we're dealing with. But these people know because they were taught it. So when they're looking at you, they know, oh, like these are the Mayans, or these are the real Aztecs, the
Mayates.
yeah, the
What's it,
real
D?
the
Yeah,
Mexica,
Mayates.
you
Cause
know.
I was like,
These are
cause I always just find it weird too that that the only people named Jesus or Jesus are them, and I'm like, how are y'all the only ones with this Greek ass name?
and they
Like,
fell in love with their conquerors, bro. That's what it is. They got celebrations, man. On that post that I just did, I put two. Man, there was so many festivals. I only put two on my post. But if you look it up, man, look at um all their festivals of defeating the Moors, of defeating the Mayans and the Aztecs, and like their Christian Spaniard celebrations and carnivals that they have, man. Like when you talk about conquered, like man. But I
I'm gonna
guess we
dig
look
into.
bad too. But I guess we can only talk so we can only talk so much because we look just as bad when we celebrate like the Fourth of July and all that stuff. Like it's you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, in in our defense, since we unraveling history and we know the Moors wrote the Declaration of Independence, not really. Fourth of July is actually for us.
Okay, okay. Nah, I take that back. I take that back because their celebration is them being traitors, so it is different. Ours is just like, hey, somebody
Ours
got
just got
independent.
flipped.
Yeah,
Ours
ours
just
is
got
somebody
flipped.
got independent. I don't know if it's us, but we just gonna barbecue anyway.
Yes,
Yeah,
but like, yeah, because because when I was just doing my little research on my little Mexico hidden history thing, just a little bit that I was finding that I'm about to make these videos on. This shit was like y'all damn near like for an example, the shit that always made me wonder growing up, like when I was having like I guess this why I be hesitant to call them Hispanics or Latinos or Spanish or whatever because like a thoroughbred one, they will let you know like one of them will tell you like, bro, I'm not Spanish, I'm Latino. Then I'm like, damn, what the fuck's the difference? And then one of them be like, I'm Hispanic, I'm not Latino. Like amongst themselves, they different. Like they'll tell you, but when you out in public, they all just go under this one umbrella as Hispanic or Latino, which is kind of weird a little bit. But I noticed that with a few of my homeboys, and they tried to tell me the difference. Back then it didn't make sense, but now it really do. Especially when I learned what Hispanic was, it just means his Spaniard, which is y'all just the son of the Spaniards.
yeah, the Hispaniola. But I think
Mm-hmm.
they connect. See, that's one thing that we lack is we can't connect through dialect really with like on that level. I mean, we can.
It's a
Well, I
language
guess we
barrier,
can, man. Let
really.
me not take away from ourselves. We connect on dialect because whatever state you go into, people speak differently, and you like if I go visit you, I might hear somebody say something that I don't know what they're saying, You know what I'm saying? But it's
Yeah.
English, but I don't know what in the context. I'm like, what? But if I hear it twice, I'll get it. Like, okay, okay, you know, that means cigarette, or that means, that means get
Yeah.
in the car.
And it just started making sense about the so-called Afro Mexicans. Like when I was watching the documentaries, and all the documentaries, they got them pushed in like the damn near wilderness. Like you gotta travel the jungles and cross swamps and shit just to get them. And I'm sitting here like, but when you go into the mainlands and shit, it's like damn near Europeans. Well, shit, they are Europeans. You know what I'm saying? It's just like so these are the real ones that y'all done
Yeah,
pushed in the back.
that's what they did, bro. Like, see,
The ones
man,
that lost.
you don't be seeing my post, man. But I got a whole, man. I guess you could,
I
like,
gotta,
I made a,
I gotta physically go to y'all pages because, bro,
yeah,
only thing that come on my for you page is like people twerking and Christians and shit. It be
yeah,
weird.
that's all I be seeing. But nah, I turned it into like a little folder where you can go, and it's called
Okay.
Viva La dot dot dot, and it's all my like Mesoamerican information. But
I'm
it's
gonna check it
crazy,
out.
and when you say that they pushed all these people into the wilderness, bro, that's what they did. And when you like, man, there's so many posts I could make, bro. Like just off this one book, there's so much I could say now. Um, but they came out of the wilderness. Some of them came from Japan. uh so when I say wilderness, I mean as in like the caves, the woods, and underground. But it wasn't in America. They migrated from underground in the caves and made their way to Mexico. So they're not originally from there, but
It's
and they also
and
came from Japan. But when
it's
they
fun.
came,
It's
like, so it said they went into desolate areas at first, right? So respectfully, they found places to dwell where nobody was, right? And then over time, they started warring with the people and slowly making their way into, you know, the cities and stuff. So in order for them to do that, when they conquered the city, obviously if you don't want to be like us, now that we conquered it, then you can go take your ass into the woods and go live out there.
yeah.
Now and now in 2023, the people that decided to keep it real are living in the woods. So when you go to those places, you got to go through the woods and the jungle and the forest to find them. But those are the ones that kept it real and after they lost, they didn't conform to these new people.
And it's funny because all of us that keep it real, they call our areas the jungles. Every project is referred to as jungles. Like all of us that kept it real
Free
is
jungle.
in some type of concrete jungle. But man, that shit crazy. And as fucked up as this is gonna sound, it makes sense why El Chapo and them was good at digging that nigga out now. I'm gonna be real.
That, that's their historic way of surviving. They are the
Yeah.
best cave diggers.
And they are now for real. Like yeah, man, look, bro. Like they got them to work in mines and everything. Like this, like that was their jobs at first was in the mines and shit. So all that's starting to make sense now. All that's starting to make sense.
It all makes sense, bro.
And they endurance level because everybody always wondered like how can they work so good and so long and shit like that. But when you talking about digging and all that type of shit, like it's in their genes.
Yeah, they were working. They said they said the Americans that they met, the ones that look like us, right? We weren't hard workers. Uh, we only worked hard when it was things that we enjoyed doing. It wasn't like a put them to work and they'll do any kind of work. But it did say like that we were goldsmiths, and we were like real good at like arts and crafts and things like that.
I mean, that's like us today. I mean, we'll really, I mean, shit. We just move to our own beat. You know, I mean, the shit get done. You know, like I think I think that folks just call us lazy or whatever because they don't understand how we can just be so chilled and still get shit done at the end of the day. And make it look effortless. And just because we not running around sweating with our heads cut off and shit, like most people do, and make it seem I don't know how people get that notion. Cause it's like whole civilizations and pyramids is built here.
It's I think it's too smooth, bro. Like the way we exist is just it's too
Too smooth
natural.
for people.
Like it's you can't comprehend it from the outside looking in. You know, like think about a normal day at work. Like when it's the moment where people are panicking, we're just walking around and we're looking at everybody else like, yo, chill, take it easy. It's just a
Yeah.
job. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Calm down.
Bro, don't
You
kill
know,
yourself, bro. It's gonna get
yeah.
done.
There's no way it's not gonna get done unless the building burns down. We're gonna do it. Just relax,
Yeah, like we get shit done effortlessly, and I noticed that too. Like it just be smooth, man. But damn, dog, I got
bro.
to start
Like
digging in this
cities.
Mexican shit, bro. This shit here is fascinating. Bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, look, bro.
Something's always been off with them. I'm not even gonna lie.
It's
Like they don't,
hey, it's
they
so.
weird. Like I
Hey,
don't mean
look.
that in a bad way, but it's like that they're genetically modified. Like they just popped up out of nowhere. But you know,
Straight up, straight up. I asked Opium for his number the other day because I'm reading this book, bro, and like bro, I be feeling like I'm in school, like with some good gossip. I be wanting to like just share it with the people, with everybody. I be
I
wanting to
know,
send
bro.
the stuff that I be finding to everybody. Like, yo, look at this. You wouldn't believe it. You know, man. It's crazy. I can see why they tell us don't worry. Like when they were saying don't like forget about the past, man. They don't give a bro. They do not give a shit about slavery. They do not care. All right, that was so small of a situation and time. They're telling us the only reason they're saying forget about the past is because they don't want us to look before slavery because that's
Mhm.
when we're gonna be like, oh shit,
Mhm. I
wait a
noticed
minute,
that too.
wait a
Hey,
minute.
I noticed that too, bro. When I did the Anglo Saxons and I reached far back with that, and I was like, that's why y'all. I got that saying. I was like, that's why y'all ain't want to go back this far because for one, y'all disappear after a certain time period. Like, where the fuck did y'all come from? And it's like they don't, and it's funny because even now when you ask them, and it'd be funny when we be on Evergreen Lives, it'd be hilarious. We'd be at a comments, we'd be like, hey, here we go another one. Let me guess, just you're Irish and Cherokee and shit like that, and they always do that, but y'all not even the original Irish, so you stole their identity. Let's go a little bit further back in that tree, you know, because y'all excellent record keepers. Y'all know where y'all come from start to finish. You feel me? They shit gonna go all the way back to Germany, and some of them came from the Caucasus Mountains. This is why I be trying to tell people like not all Neanderthals came from the Caucasus Mountains. You'd be surprised. Like a nice bit of them was already they like motherfuckers just popped up out of nowhere. You know, spawned out of nowhere.
It's just
Some of them came.
yeah, it's like a video game. Like they just
Nigga
drop it out
just
the sky.
nigga just spawned.
Like
Nigga just
what? Like
respawned
you
and
just
shit.
turn around and it's a new player. Like where did this nigga come from?
For real, like that's probably how our ancestors was looking like this unknown person coming out the jungles on your ass. Like, what
Like what?
the
Eating people? What? Oh,
fuck?
yo, we got to get rid of these dudes.
They out here tripping. They probably
Yo,
the one. They probably the ones that told the Angelos we taste good. They was like, for real, we gotta get on this. You know they, them in Chinese eat anything for real. You know, so It was just one
anything,
big buffet.
anything. And that's the thing. Like when you were like, yo, these Neanderthals weren't just in the Caucasus Mountains. They weren't. And the people that they were in closest proximity to were the people that we call Asians nowadays.
hmm And I tell you, and the thing is I'm starting to get now too is that all these mountains around here, all of them go underground because when all of them spawn from out of ground, they always pop up at the highest point of a mountain, and they have to come down from the mountains and shit. So that's why I think a lot of them tunnels is at. And too, like I'm gonna do a series. I'm gonna show people what the Huns look like. I promise y'all, when you look at I showed y'all the albino India people. They look like blonde haired Jessica down the street and shit, right? I'm gonna show you what the Huns look like. The Huns look like your general manager at your job. A lot of these, man, Hollywood did so good with just showing you one image of certain things because that's what they had to do. All these people are in on it, but they had to show you one image of certain culture so you can get it seared in your head. So anything else that's outside that box is gonna like rattle your brain and shit. And these main people that they showing y'all ain't even the main people. They're the minority of the people. Like if you actually gotta go to these lands and see shit, like there's Asian people that look like Joe Bob in them down the damn street. Now I promise you. Now all of them got slant eyes and shit. And honestly, the ones that look like Billy Bob and Jessica and them, they are actually older than the Asians that you see today. The Asians that you see today is like the African cheetah. It been spliced, cloned, genetics damn near ain't shit. Like real talk. So now you gotta ask yourself, where in the hell did this phenotype come in at? Because they the only ones on Earth that look like that. I'm being real. I'm not trying to sound fucked up on this live, but bro, I've been looking at people. I people watch, and Asian people are the only ones that look like this. Like I'm talking about, like, bro.
Hey,
I can't be
bro,
the only
like,
one
hey,
that think
for
this.
real. Like for real. And when you think about it, like it's messed up because like when you say Mexico, you think Mexican, right? Like boom, Mexico, Mexican. But in reality, the people that you're seeing are Dutch, Spaniard, and Asian mixtures of people that are existing there. That's what you see, like, and that's what they show on the TV. You see Dutch, Spaniard, Asian mixtures of people, like
And,
China and Japan, like the
mhm.
Chinos, the Chicanos, all these people, it all came from the Chino slaves who were brought here, and they were already assimilated to the Spaniard and Dutch way of life. So they were changed into the Indians, and they intermingled, and they matched with tribes that already existed in Mexico. That's one thing about history, is for a lot of the time that history exists, we have to understand that there was multiple tribes of people and different looking people all over. It's just who was there first, who owned the land, who was in charge, and who controlled the trade. All throughout history, it's always been the same thing that we're dealing with. And back in these days, it just happened to be us that were in charge, and that's what they're trying to hide from us. And a lot of these people are mixtures of migrants that are not they're not connected to the land, and we are. And learning history means that we have to learn that a bunch of immigrants, damn, a bunch of immigrants, bro, conquered our land and
That's it.
turned us into something we're not. But if you look at even what we are pretending to be, it still puts us on this land because they can't get rid of us. Like we're just here. You know what I'm saying? Like no matter what we do as a people, we're always here and we're always going to be here. And they know there's nothing they can do about it. So they spent billions and trillions of dollars to miseducate us, and they had to miseducate everybody, and they did it strategically. Like they had the boarding schools that they put on the reservations at those times. and then they had us as prisoners of war, and then they had us in situations where we were getting bused to schools that they opened up and paid for. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ask, like, ask your grandparents, ask your parents, they didn't want to go to these new schools, and TV and communication wasn't the same way it is now. So when you look on the news, it's so controlled at this time that you think you're seeing the world, and all you're seeing is a broadcast of something that they planned. So your connection with the outside world is not as amazing as it is now. So it's like, yo, that's the
Y'all do
gospel right there. What I
the
seen on
news,
TV
the
today is the
whole
gospel.
the whole news the whole news be shot on a green screen. Shit don't even be in public for real. It don't be nowhere. I done learned that they don't even be real. Everything be green screen.
Exactly. Exactly. And
You
if
don't
you
even
look
be
at a
seeing
lot
no news anchors for real.
And if you look and if you look at a lot of interviews of people from back in the day that were on the news, and these big exhibits of like segregation and desegregation, man, all this stuff was like really planned out. You know what I'm saying? It was everything was planned. Like all the sit-ins at the diners. Like, come on, man, that's stupid. That doesn't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? But it's like if they hate us the way they do, right? How are like, come on, whatever. I'm not gonna get into the details, but you know what I'm saying. You're sitting in a diner with cameras, and
The
like, come on,
perfect picture
what?
too.
You know, the perfect. You know, everybody's dressed in their Sunday best at the diner, getting ready to get hung. Like, come on, man, this don't make no sense. Like, whatever. You know what I'm
Hey, I
saying? Like,
noticed that too, dog. When I used to, I go back and I'm looking at all these old pictures. I was like, damn, these some good ass pictures, boy. Like, it's a perfect shot. Everybody
right?
ready.
Man, I gotta. I ain't had a picture that good in my whole life.
I'm talking about like they got clean pictures of like people moving and dogs is biting them, and it's a perfect
Yeah,
still picture. I can't even do that with my phone doing this to my face.
exactly. You know what I'm saying? 2023. And if I move
Yeah,
1 inch, my camera's gonna go crazy. And you telling me you caught
that shit
somebody
blurry.
getting sprayed with water, attacked by a dog, and beat by a cop at the same time?
Perfect
A
camera,
perfect
bro.
still, a perfect still.
Perfect still.
Lying to me.
Man, look,
Somebody is
for
lying about
real.
something.
That's why when I found that damn document about the motion pictures was like, which we kind of already knew that movies and shit, but that right there just put the whipping on the cake. That's why I tell everybody like, who taught you that? People going TV. Like, yeah, you done went to school for 12 years. People can tell you what happened in movies, roots, before they can tell you anything that happened in school. People haven't paid attention in school. Like, they got indoctrinated, but it's like they still didn't pay attention, so it worked. So now you just finish school and you don't know shit. So now you have to rely on these movies, and this is what people pull to. Like when you talk to the average sleep person about like the Ish Holocaust or roots or all that, they'll tell you all that shit. And they're like, "His historical facts." They made a documentary about it. I could make a documentary about anything and say it's a documentary. What do you mean? That shit don't mean it's real. But man, look, they did a wonderful job at programming our people. They did, and it's like, bruh,
Hey, they did
bruh,
the best job
how
in
do
the world.
you
Hey,
how
look,
do you
wait, hold on. I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you,
go
bro,
ahead?
because I feel like that's wrong, bro. I feel like that's wrong. And I was saying this on a live the other day. Like, man, we've been giving these people credit, man. They had time, but the time that they were allotted was given to them by our ancestors. All right. Now,
Yeah,
this is the flip to it. All right. Like they didn't pull nothing, bro. Like that's where we got mistaken. Our ancestors put us, all right, like think about the cryogenics, right? Like the deep freeze where they freeze you and you wake up in the future, right?
yeah,
You go into a deep freeze like Walt Disney, you wake up in the future. Our ancestors put us in a subconscious cryogenics chamber, deep freeze for us to wake up at the right time. All right. So
that
1492,
makes sense.
1492, the Jews and the Moors. escaping persecution. They come to this land where we exist. All right, these people we all get followed. They they circle us in here, right? And that's where they trap us all. Now they got us all trapped on one landmass, and our ancestors are like, all right, we gotta preserve our life, right? So we gotta assimilate, we gotta mix in, we gotta do whatever we gotta do to stay alive. We're going to orally pass down this information because we're facing prosecution, so we're always hiding. Uh, so um, throughout time, we go with all these name changes. We're just going with the flow. Our ancestors are kind of telling us stuff here and there, and less and less and less information over time, right? But that's the freeze, right? All this stuff is happening around us is really just history repeating itself for uh, like 2,000 years of history repeating itself, and we've been frozen subconsciously to protect ourselves so that we could procreate, rebuild our numbers, and wake up. It was bound to happen that it would be the right generation that wakes up, that's built to do what's supposed to be done. And then now we're
Cause it do
waking
feel
up,
like
and the
we've been
reason,
stuck though. It do
yeah,
feel
we've
like
been
we've been
stuck
stuck.
like
Cause I've
shit.
been wondering it. Cause I like even when I read history, I'm like, damn. Okay, so we was here, then we lost this. Like we were still moving. Like we gained, we lost, we gained, we lost. But now it's like us 70s to 90s babies and early 2000s. Like we just we just here. You know what I'm saying? Like we're waking up and shit. But I see what you're saying. It's like we just been we specifically been stuck in time, and it's like this overflow of information is just for us only because we kind of like the only ones who will get it. I'm gonna be real. A lot of older people who's born like 60s and beyond, they be the ones that you be wrestling with, and then the other kids, of course, they too young to get it. So we the ones who get it. So it's like, oh man,
It's divine
I
timing.
see.
And that's
Cause
why when we talk
our
to
people
each
did
other,
know, yeah, our people did know spells too, which is probably the reason why our ancestors created this language that we speak. They call it Ebonics, but it's really a Creole language. But they said our ancestors created because they know words and spells, and like you said, we finding out all this shit that they didn't already knew. I get it.
you feel me? You feel me, bro? Hey,
I get it.
that's why I was like, like these people get no credit from me. They didn't do anything, bro. And our ancestors like are smarter than we ever thought they were. There was a time where they had to protect us on a level that we can't even explain this day. Like to imagine like the atrocities, like we couldn't even imagine that, like for real. Like we can read about it, but you can't imagine how it feels to have your town ran into by these kind of people, right? When they're in full savage mode. You know what I'm saying? Like watching people get like ate alive. We can't even fathom that. So there was a time where our ancestors had to deal with this and they had to be like, yo, you know, and they
All the
had
way
to
up
be
to the
like,
1950s. They was getting
exactly.
beat.
So they had to protect us, bro. And that's where like we feel like our ancestors let us down, but in reality, they protected us. Knowing that we're divine beings and we're gonna wake up at one time. We're gonna wake up at the right time, and we're gonna be ready. And all the information is just waiting. Like we be finding shit that's been here forever. And when we talk to each other, it's like, yo, it don't even feel like we're learning new stuff. It kind of feels like we're remembering stuff.
Yeah, I could vouch for that because it's just like the more I read, the more I feel like I done did this before, or like the more I'm realizing that I've already been doing this my whole life, and it's like I don't know what it is, but it's like I kind of I kind of understand why they hid the identity and why the identity is important for you to know. You know what I'm saying? Like it does something, and then when you start breaking it down, you be like, damn, I'm already doing this. Ooh, like I look in the mirror different now. You know what I'm saying? Like before I used to look in the mirror and be like, shit, I don't know, I'm black, and like. I don't know. They said we came from slaves. Grandmama say we American Indians. Motherfuckers say we African. I don't know. I'm out here. You know what I'm saying? You get that mindset. But now, like, I look in the mirror, I'm like, nigga, you a whole ass American Indian, nigga. They hid your whole ass history. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a whole different vibe, a whole different energy. Like,
First,
nigga, what the fuck?
in the
Like, I
real
don't know.
world,
Like,
bro. Hey,
man, man,
when I be walking in the real world, my nigga, I'd be like, yo, hey, look, hey, hey,
man, my chest be
I be
extra
walking,
pumped out here. You know what I'm
I
saying?
be walking
Chest
through the
be.
grocery store like, hey, I dare somebody to say something to a real American Indian.
I'm telling you, bro.
I
I'm,
dare one of
I'm,
y'all
gonna,
to say
I'm gonna show you what to do one time, just in case you forget.
something. For real. I've been reading these books. I'm gonna put my hands on you.
It be different. Like, yeah, and it's like the shit makes sense why they look at you like this, why they be scared of you. Like, it all makes sense because at first, when I was little, I used to wonder, like, bro, why the fuck people so scared of us, bro? We don't be doing shit. We be in our own little communities, chilling, minding our own business. You feel me? Like, if you bring the problem, we'll finish it. That's how we always been. That's how I always grew up. But like when you leave outside the community, everybody be acting all scared and timid of you. You just be chilling. Right? You get to read these stories though, the Gullah Wars and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Cherokee Wars and just how they describe going to war with our ancestors. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is why I tell people, read these stories, read what these people. The reason why they look at a 13-year-old boy and he's like Incredible Hulk in his eyes because in these wars, your ancestors was kids for the most part. A lot of the warriors was kids. This is why the youth is the warriors now. It's always been the youth, and the older adults is always guiders. We gonna protect them. I mean, we out there battling and shit too, but that's that's a youth game. You feel me? So man, that's why that man you be sitting here like, oh, that's why y'all scared. And then we, the Indians, that y'all couldn't kill off, that y'all couldn't mix with, that y'all couldn't do shit with. Like, we don't die, we multiply. We y'all biggest headache. You know what I'm saying? So the best y'all came up with was try to hide the identity, and y'all suck at that. I'm gonna be real,
Yeah,
y'all sucked at that.
horrible job.
Like, y'all didn't even try. Y'all didn't even try. I be finding some of these books for trial. I'm like, they ain't even try to hide this. What is? Look at this. That's why some shit be in plain sight. They just don't speak on it. That's it. That's them hiding it.
That's why that's why like the status changes were so important for them because like think about it, like think about the movies. Like when was the last time you seen a new movie for real? Like think about it. Like I'm not saying a different title. I'm saying when was the last time you seen a new movie? Like you go to the theater, it comes on, and you're like, yo, I ain't never seen nothing like that before. Man,
Yeah.
that was a good movie. You ain't never gonna see it because these people aren't creative. So that's the same thing with history. They're not creative enough. They haven't even experienced enough life to create history, even on paper, right? So when it came to history, bro, they were like, yo, there's no way we can rewrite this. We just got to change people's names. That's
Yeah.
all we're going to do is change some names. It's like if you,
Pass me the
have,
whiteout.
yeah, because we ain't about to redraw nothing, you know.
No. We're gonna put colored here. We're gonna put Negro there. We're gonna say black. Ooh, black is a good one. Yes, we're gonna use black. We're gonna use black a few times. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that should stick. But what's crazy is that now, now that you said that about the movies, bro, like it's crazy because I literally said that, no bullshit, about 10 years ago, that there have not been a new movie in a long ass time. And I figured since they are the ones to create the motion pictures in the first place, which is fairly new, it makes sense why they done ran out of ideas and all they do is remake the shit that they done already made before, and they just keep remaking it over again. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Like, look at the concept. Look at the concept. All right. So movies, we know movies are based on reality, right? Like they had to
yeah,
come from some
evergreen.
truth somewhere, right? Every movie has to have a piece of truth in it for the story to have evolved, right? In somebody's mind. Like if I make a movie about a lion, I've had to have seen a lion before, right? Or something close to it, right? They only have 2,000 years, or they have, well, let's say, like, let's give them like 4 or 5,000 years of time,
Yeah.
of stories worth writing about. All right, now they're not going to be able to come up with any new movies unless they start telling the truth about us. That's why you started seeing more black actors and actresses in main roles, because the only way to keep it going now is, all right, look, we got to talk about these black folks a little bit. Like, we've been stealing all their stories, but we gotta like put them in the main role, because we just running out of shit to talk about. All right, I got a good one. Let's make the Black
Uh,
Panther. Let's tell them the story of Mexico, but let's still lie to them and make it seem like Mexico belongs to Spaniards. you know, let's see.
and
Let's see
here's
if the game is still working.
uh, here's the thing too, that I learned last year, and I got a whole video about it, inside the works with it. Majority of them black actors, bro, they are European. That shit blew my mind. Very few actors are us. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, people will be surprised. Like, whatever actor that you may think is, oh, that nigga's a black, that nigga. This nigga's from Europe, man. Like, they be casting them because black Europeans can mimic us very well, bro. Oh man, this shit's so damn mind blowing, bro. This is why a lot of their creativity, it it resembles our shit, but if you pay close attention to a lot of the movies, it's it's still them. You know what I'm saying? Because, man, look, black Europeans, these niggas here, their history is complex. But like, for the majority, the rappers, the actors, like, a lot of these niggas is black
Bro, I
Europeans,
said that. I
bro.
said I was saying that one day, bro. I was saying
This
that
shit
one day.
crazy.
I was like, yo, man, it's crazy. Like, they'll have these movies about us, and none of the actors are really us. Like, why? Like, that's crazy. Like, man, like, there's trickery, and the thing about it is, like, I don't give them no credit, because our ancestors, like, did their part, right? But when you think about what they did, they are, like, the trickery is so detailed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm.
as in, they think to a level, like, if you watch a movie, right? Say you're watching a movie, like, there's a scene in a movie where somebody just throws a cup in the trash, and then you're like, what is that scene? Like, you think it's gonna mean something, but it don't. It was just like, yo, we have to make this as real as possible. Somebody needs to throw something away right now. You know,
They throw the
you
music
know,
in the background, zoom in
yeah.
real quick.
You call
You
it
got
B.
nothing to
They
do with
call it,
nothing.
yeah. They call it B-roll. It's just a bunch of nothing happening. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
These are
movies,
the best.
but
These are the best
it is what
liars
it is,
ever.
though. Yeah, this what it is, man. It's like, I feel like too, it correlates too, because, like, since the motion picture and MK Ultra, Mind Control, it all goes hand in hand. I'm gonna be real. Once I start being able to predict movies, bro, life kind of been predictable. Like, it should be predictable a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, again, they haven't made an original movie. Like, I mean, talking about original movie where you don't know nothing's gonna happen, bro. All these movies, you can predict what's gonna happen. There's always a climax. There's always a person that goes through a struggle. There's always a sorrow. There's a climax of a fight or somebody getting killed. Horror movie, white girl in the woods, she falls. The virgin always die. People always get killed having sex. In the end, it's always the not so smart person who makes it in the end. Like, all this shit be so damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, just predictable. And it's the same thing with action movies. Action movies be the same thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? It always starts with a guy. The guy get a deal from an unknown source, or somebody gets something stolen, so they go hire another guy who's like this ex-military crazy killer type of dude who's with this secret organization like John Wick's type shit. Like, that's all they background. And you just the wife get killed, the child gets kidnapped. He's on a rage, and you just be sitting here like, here's another one, bro. The TV ain't even been fun no more. shit, that shit crazy, man.
And we kind of lagging from me.
Shutter Island. Shutter Island does a good job at this year. We're a little too deep with the movies. Idris be pushing a negative agenda. Yeah, Idris Elba be pushing that absent father. Man, he be pushing all that negative stereotype. Cause I'm gonna be real. I feel like real Black Americans aren't the ones who's playing these roles that's stereotypical. Cause we know better than that. So they gotta hire somebody like a Black European to do it. They ain't got no emotional connection to none of this shit. Shit crazy. They ain't on some real life hero of the movie. Way too much predictability in these movies, man. I'm trying to tell you. And you can predict it. You can predict movies from start to finish, and if you can do that, man, you can. This Matrix get a little bit easier to decode. I'm gonna be real. I promise you, this Matrix get a little bit easier to decode. When I found out all the actors on Snowfall was British, I started watching it. Damn, for real, I ain't even get a chance to start watching Snowfall. All of them British though, that shit crazy. Yeah, they had me lagging. I guess I went too deep on the movies. It's too predictable though, shit. If you ain't like me talking about the movies, then make a creative movie, shit. Niggas is tired of slave movies and shit. Like, it's crazy these folks make all these slave movies, but they haven't made a remake of the Holocaust yet. I'm still waiting on that movie. They'll make slave movies all day long, but they ain't making no remake of no Holocaust. They ain't gonna do that. They ain't gonna do it. They ain't gonna make no remake of no Birth of No Nation. They ain't gonna make no remake of no Holocaust. They'll make slave movies all day though. And our people will sit there and get all emotional and oh my God, it's fucked up what they did to us. How can you say you're not African? You hate yourself. Our ancestors was enslaved. You descendants of slaves. You hate yourself. Nah, nigga, you hate yourself, nigga. What the fuck, bitch? I ain't no slave, nigga. And that all black folk was slaves, nigga. Don't try to lump me in that motherfucking category, nigga. Some of us was fighters. I'm just being real. Don't lump me in that category, nigga. I'm the rebel slave descendant, nigga. I'm the motherfuckers that didn't go. You feel me? Nigga went out swinging, bitch. Don't put me in that category, nigga. My people had land. You know what I'm saying? They got stolen in St. Louis and shit. So, like, hell no, y'all ain't come from no motherfucking slaves. And them niggas get mad when you know you. And it's sad because they get mad when you know thyself. They get mad when you know thyself. Hey, man, we do need a Gullah Wars movie, but Tariq Nasheed already said he about to do a Gullah Wars movie. And, man, it's just some propaganda bullshit, bro. This is some more propaganda bullshit. So y'all be careful of that. But folks be crazy, bro. Most movies I see bed for negative energy. Yeah, I'm telling you. And just pay attention. And all the negative energy be movies about us majority of the time that be false and fabricated and shit. Like Roots have already been proven to be plagiarized, and they showing it on the History Channel like it's real history. And a lot of our people gonna be tuned in. I know the paying Africans to watch that shit 100 times, but they gonna be tuned in though. Oh my God, it's so sad. How can you say that? Your ancestors died for you. My ancestors didn't come on no boat. What are you talking about? You hate yourself. No, I actually know my ancestors. How you gonna be mad? No, like I actually know them, bro. Like I got names and shit. Do you even know the ancestors you praying to? And I ain't just talking shit, but I want people to do your genealogy and break the spell, bro. We all ain't got the same ancestors, dog. It ain't self hate. For real. It ain't self hate, bro. Now everybody got the same ancestors. Don't lump my ancestors with your ancestors, bro. Don't do that shit. I got documentation of my people. You is not about to get me on them, man. But they playing on. But Alex Haley and his roots, that shit was a psyop though. That's why ain't shit happened to him. That shit got proven plagiarized, but ain't shit happened to him because that boy was an agent. He was supposed to do that. He was supposed to do that. You know, people
I don't
got
know
put.
what happened, man. I froze.
I went too deep on predicting movies. I wasn't supposed to teach people how to tell people how to predict movies. They don't want people to know that.
You know how that goes.
Because if you predict the movies, you could predict the Matrix a little bit. He said,
Almost.
like voting rights, just like if you believe in that system. Yeah, man, my ancestors died for no voting rights, bro.
Yeah, you gotta stop saying that kind of stuff too. Like that's why this new generation, like us, like we got a lot of responsibility because there's a lot of things we got to stop saying to our children. Like we got to stop saying your ancestors did this and that for this because most of our ancestors didn't agree with the stuff that was happening. It was just propaganda to make it seem like the world was on the same page, you know. But like going to school and college, that ruined a lot of our ancestors' careers and their lives and their livelihood. You know, these new stipulations in order to get ahead in life, and they had all these different ways to stop us from succeeding. That is not what we fought for. We just got to the point where we had to try to fight to make it equal because it became the thing, it became the norm. So we had to try to get equal in the system, but we didn't fight for the system to be as powerful as it is right now.
Somebody told
I,
me about that liquid death water. That shit good as hell. I got something there. But most definitely, we gotta stop saying that. And people gotta stop saying we are not our ancestors. I hate when people say that phrase. We are not our ancestors. Of course you're not.
I hate that one too. I made a post about that back in the day. We are. We are our ancestors. You know, like I mean, if you aren't, then I'm not going to tell you you are. But I am. You know,
Oh yeah, I'm telling
I
you,
am.
man. Like, but that propaganda though. So they still showing roots and stuff on History Channel, and I know everybody tuned into it after dude been proved that it's plagiarized. But man, the TV gotta go. I'm gonna be real. I mean, man, it's hard to say that because I like watching movies a little bit though, but I think I like watching it because I know what I'm looking at, and I can kind of like protect my mind, my subconscious from what I'm dissecting and stuff. Like I'm aware, but I don't think everybody should have a TV.
Yeah, man.
Everybody don't
It's
need no
crazy because
TV.
when I'm scrolling through cartoons for my son on Netflix, I be looking at all the different characters, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about how I might have to like reverse the psychological war that they're having on him by him seeing all these characters that don't look anything like him, and so most of the cartoons I let him watch have like animals as their main characters. You know,
Yeah, that's what I try to do too. I try to keep it at animals or Spidey and Friends because you got Miles in there,
exactly.
something like that. But when you get to all them like crazy cartoons, I can't do it now. it's just a lot, and I know I be feeling that same way too, cause I already know, cause like I don't have my daughter with me 24/7, so I was like, it's just no telling what's going on over there or whatever. But like, I just know I just got to be on my p's and q's on my end and just do what I got to do, and hopefully that she receives it throughout the years. Take something with you, you know what I'm saying? So, and that's kind of like that's kind of one of the hardest things on the in the community too, is when like kids got to grow up in a household where everybody got different views and shit. It makes them kind of conflicted and kind of gotta choose and pick their own little rules or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I thought about, like, because I'm a father and everything, and hindsight is 2020. But I definitely thought about like the importance of like knowing your partner, like down to the simplest. Like it might seem like it's nothing, but the simplest belief. Like how do you feel about this? Because if y'all have children together, whether it be big or small, if y'all disagree on something that you're teaching your children, it's going to become like it can easily become an argument or a real important conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You really got to know the people you're dealing with, because if not for your own personal happiness, your children are going to have to deal with whatever y'all have.
That's true. I said, Get Out and Us from Jordan Peele was the last two original movies I seen. Kinda. His movies starting to get repetitive too though. It's all got the kind of the same concept, but his movies was refreshing when he started dropping though. It was different. I give him that one. We do need a Wild Man movie though, but they ain't gonna do that. That's too close to their history.
That's way too close to home. Like
Man, that's way too.
way
I
too
mean, they
close.
got. I mean, they got as close as they was gonna get with the Planet of the Apes, and they remade that one. That's
Because
it.
the wild man, like, if you don't have to go too far back from so-called slavery to find the wild man. That's why they don't want you to
I
go
mean, it's
back,
still.
because you're gonna find that real
I
quick.
mean, it's still in
It's
the woods today. The wild man is still in the woods today. And some of these national parks you can't go to. They cousins and shit.
most of them live in. They work in high-rise buildings in the cities.
Mm. Yeah, I thought about that one.
They just got suits on. They got domesticated. We already know they got domesticated, but that doesn't take away from who you are. You still eat what you eat. Like if I take a dog and domesticate it, it's still gonna eat what dogs eat. It's still gonna
Still gonna
do
eat
the
meat.
natural things dogs do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Cause a dog ain't nothing but a wolf, and it still eat meat. I mean, unless you gonna feed them uh, dry dog food, but it has to still taste like meat because that's what he's wired to eat. So wow, man, same thing with them. But I feel
The only
like
real
that
difference,
they probably gotta
the-
feed them on the low. This is why so many organs going up missing and shit.
and people.
Mm-hmm. Cause every now and then you gotta feed them. Is what I believe. Most wild men work for your local police department. I could believe that. I believe a lot of them work for the. I think a lot of them work for like police and war and like army and shit.
Yeah, I mean, you just like all you gotta do, just think about it. Those kind of jobs that require you to like low key be heartless, and then if you
Mm-hmm.
and then if you think about it, uh to be like a CEO of like a big company, like you really have to be a certain kind of person, you know.
You gotta be a
Like,
psychopath.
yeah, you can't be a normal person. So, but you have to be a leader. And just because they're wild men doesn't mean that they don't have leaders, right? You know, so you're gonna find them in all different kind of occupations, just doing their thing. You know,
Yeah, and I found that crazy because that's what they said. But like the mental areas is different from us. But they say that most millionaires are borderline psychopaths or like borderline sociopaths. In order to be like a corporation company man, Donald Trump, all those type of people, like you gotta be cold, nigga. like, like you can't give a fuck about nobody feelings. Dude. Like you got to just be raw. And I found that weird. And it kind of makes sense on why it's hard for a lot of melanated people to be in corporate jobs. A lot of us don't have that type of
bro.
heart.
Yeah, exactly. Like when they say you're not manager material. Like we'll hear them say that to us and we'll take it like an insult, but in reality it's like a compliment on your soul. Like you got a
Yeah.
soul. You're not built for this because you got to be heartless to work here. You got to step on the necks of people that you eat lunch with.
Mhm.
Like you went out to dinner with their family and their children, and
A
tomorrow you're
fat,
gonna have to step on their neck.
for real. Like, bro, funny story. Like, my first time and my last time ever being a hiring manager is because I also had to fire, dog. Like, I got fired because I couldn't fire the dude. He was like, "You fire him when you go." I was like, "Man, fuck it." Bro, I like, cause the day yesterday, dude was just talking to me like, he was, hard times and shit like that. I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. Ooh, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm giving him advice and shit. The next day, because of what he was going through, his work was slacking, and it was like, yeah, you gotta, just tell him you gotta go home. You gotta let him go. And I was like, damn, man, dude was already wondering how he was gonna pay his bills. He needed a second job. And I gotta let him go from this one. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't got that heart, man. And and ever since then I used to turn down manager positions. I was like, just give me the pay and give the position to somebody else. And a lot of jobs like, okay, cool. Just give me the pay, bro. I don't fuck all that. I can't do it.
Yep. They like that because then they could hire somebody that's young and pay them a little bit of money to do a lot of work, but still give you a lot of responsibility without the title.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that shit. Yeah, and I noticed that too. But a lot of our people don't last in corporate world or like something like that. They always stressed out.
Nah,
So,
man, it's it's the opposite of us. This stuff is the opposite of nature. That's why they call it job hunting. Like it's the concrete jungle, and you go job hunting. They created their own wilderness where and where they can survive, right? And then they put us at the bottom of the food chain. It is what it is, bro. It's like they thought detailed about what they did, but it's spiteful because if you look at everything that's happened, it's all been a reverse of history. Everything that they do is like just
mhm.
reversing shit on us. But our version of it was righteous. Like we had school systems, but ours were free schooling systems. Now, if you look at them, they'll bust you over the head for like school fee, right? You know,
Yeah.
we did recombination of DNA to get them around, right? So they did recombination of DNA, but they put it in. You know what I'm saying? In that thing that people got back a couple years ago. So it's they do the same things we were doing, but they do theirs with ill intent, right? So
Mhm.
once you realize who we are on a righteous scale, then you know who they are because they're the complete opposite but the same, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, and they all was in on it too. They all was in on it. All on from Ford when he did the work schedule. Uh, all of them, like everything that they did in the 1900s was reversing everything that we already had set in play. This why it blew my mind. I was like, this wasn't even that long ago. And then like, excuse me. And then it used to like, and then it made a lot of sense. That's why I'd be mad when my granddaddy had a stroke. He can't talk because like all the stories he told about all our people having land and one of my uncles, not my uncles, his granddaddy, which is my great granddaddy, he owned one of the Negro baseball leagues, and all of them was Indians down there in St. Louis and all that. And like he was just telling me all this type of shit, and I was like, "Damn, we got gas stations." He was like, "Yeah, we had gas stations, schools, libraries and shit like that." I was like, "Damn." He's like, "Yeah, I don't know what they teaching y'all in history, but they lying." And I'm sitting here like, "Yeah, granddaddy, they lying." But then they want you to think that your elders is senile and you can't trust what they saying because they getting old. And this is why they jacked up the metal and the mercury because it's like an instant brain erase when you hit a certain age. You know what I'm saying? Like they very calculated with this stuff. But they all in on it from the Nazi German scientists to Woodrow Wilson, Melville Herskovitz, Henry Ford. They all was in on it. And they all related for the most part. It's a family business. Now you got to figure
Everywhere
out
you
what family you beefing with.
facts, everywhere you look, it's dumb. Everywhere you look, it's dumb. So you had to learn history so that in any form that you see them portrayed in, you know who they are, right? That's what it leads to. That's what it leads to when it comes to understanding history, so that you can see them in each form because these are like shapeshifters, and I'm not talking about like changing forms. I'm talking about they changed throughout history. So
Mm-hmm.
you got to be able to track
Real
them.
for real.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
got to be
and,
able to
and
track them.
and they changed so good in history that people argue me up and down, which they can. I don't even break that down, but I might one time for the people. Um, but Rothschild and Rockefeller are the same family. One part of Rothschild broke off and changed the name to Rockefeller. That's it. They changed it. You know what I'm saying? They are literally the same family, same people. So they got people out here thinking that these are two different families. Oh yeah, the Rothschilds and the Rockefeller. This is one big ass family. They just changed their last name, and they changed their names through history a lot. They go by many names.
Yeah, yeah. All the answers are right there. I think that's the
Mhm.
part. That's one of the parts that be killing me when I'm reading and I'm looking at this stuff. I'm like, dang man, like it feels like it was always just sitting right there.
It do. It do feel like it always been sitting like there. Like it's one of those complex, but yet so simple things. Like it's complex because in the beginning you kind of didn't know, but you got a hint. But then when you really start digging and searching, you be like, for one, I was like, shit, a lot of this shit ain't even hidden, bro. People just ain't asking the right questions for the most part. Like for real. Like, and it's funny too. Like, even with Google and artificial intelligence and how people like Google ain't real research, bruh. It's artificial intelligence. You have to ask the right question. Like, I wouldn't ask what happened in America in 1898. You gonna get all kind of shit pulled up. But I would ask this: what happened to North Carolina in 1898? Or when did white supremacy overthrow the government? Be specific. And it's going to pull up all this shit like Talking about newspaper articles, books, everything like this shit ain't even here. It just you be like, God damn, for real.
Exactly. That's it right
Like,
there. Like not knowing the questions to ask.
yeah. So it kind of makes sense. Like, so now it makes sense when Dane Calloway said in one of his videos, he was like, the the quantity of life depends on the quality of questions you ask, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but the main thing is you gotta ask quality questions to get quality answers. But if you ask a million bullshit questions, you're gonna get a million bullshit answers. Well, it's like that. Like, and I'm telling you, like, and people again, Google is a search engine of artificial intelligence. It's a Dewey Decimal System for the new age. That's all it is. That's why you can find all these books in Google search engine. You can like literally type this shit in archives.org and other books and Google books and all that. I just seeing how much stuff that's not hidden. A lot of stuff is here. You really do have to dig census record and all that. But for the most part of what they did, it's right there. And I'm sitting there like,
Hey, man, forget all that. Like that's the truth. But look, man, like sometimes you have to read 3 books to find the answer. But
that too.
don't even make it like let's man, don't even make it seem like a bad thing because if you're into comics, you had to read like 50 comics to put a story together. So you can read 3 books to get the answer to a puzzle, and it's not really that much work. It just seems like it because it's something new to people that haven't like been reading books. But in reality, once you get started, if you get started and you have like the mindset of I'm trying to figure some shit out, that shit it gets interesting. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
I
gonna
think
be
the
yeah.
harder the
Uh Go ahead.
oh, no, I was just gonna start rambling, but that's pretty much
I was just about to say, like, if you like, for those of us who grew up on Where's Waldo, if you like that shit, Where's Waldo? Hey, where's the American Indian? You feel me? There you go. Because even though I'm
Fuck
telling
that.
you, even though I'm telling you, you can ask quality questions and pull it up is right there. The trick is the timelines is scattered. That's what Woodrow Wilson wanted to do this because the story on Woodrow Wilson is that okay, a lot of people knew that he scattered the timelines, and for those who don't know, he scattered. The reason why he scattered the timelines is because what Brother Rashad said earlier, it was too much history to rewrite. So he scattered the timelines, whitewash paintings, created his own textbook, McGraw, his own textbooks, and propaganda with TV and motion pictures and hope the shit work and people gravitate to it. And since most people are followers and sheeps, it worked. But this how it worked though. It worked on Blah Moon people first. And then since our people, see, they played on our people's temptations. They gave the regular Blind Moon people TVs and everything like that, and knowing that since our people already been disenfranchised, they're gonna look at the luxury shit and be like, damn, I want that. So now our people gonna go and get that. So now they go and get that. They put it inside their house. So it's all strategical plan. They knew these steps was gonna happen. It's called predictive programming, and you can kind of predict people's behavior. Your phone do this all the time. This is why shit pops up that you be thinking about and talking about. It's the data that it collect. They've been collecting data. What's happening, naturalism, Yahweh. So they knew our people was gonna go and get a TV, put it inside their house, so now they can get MK Ultra. Because now you gotta watch this same shit that these people are already being programmed, which is Reefer Madness, Birth of a Nation, Holocaust, and Roots. Boom. Now you getting flooded with all that type of shit. And it's all strategic plays, man. It's all strategic plays. But once you get through all of that bullshit, cause I mean, I ain't gonna sit here and tell people that this shit easy. It's a lot of cognitive dissonance that's gonna happen. I'm gonna be real with you. It's a lot of shit. It's a lot of cognitive dissonance that's gonna happen amongst yourself. Reading a lot of this shit. Cause everything wasn't all gravy. But man, look, it makes sense why a lot of our great grandparents and grandparents don't like talking about the past. I just say that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And and if we knew our like if we were able to talk to our third grades when they were old, they probably wouldn't want to talk about theirs either.
They
It,
probably wouldn't say shit.
they wouldn't say shit. Up until like 1440, our ancestors probably wouldn't want to talk about it. Up and
I'm
from
telling you.
here, it's crazy.
Cause like my grandmama, my daddy's mama, we had like over 10,000 acres in South Carolina. But all we know is that the land it got sold or whatever. My grandmama, when you ask her grandmama, why did you sell the land? She was like, I didn't sell the land. And he was like, Grandma, well, how did it get sold? She don't say shit. Girl, what? You ain't gonna say that? And she just be like, so the rumor in the family is that they was coerced into signing it. Now, when you think about those times, the coercion tactics was a little violent. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, let me go ahead and ease up off that question. You feel me? So,
Because it's real. It was real violent back then.
yeah, you talking about like 100,000, I mean like 10,000 in South Carolina, which is the Gullah Geechee territory, which is today, which is Gullah Geechee descendants. I mean, we kind of been looking for land. We got land still in, over there in South Carolina and shit like that. The elders need the young folks to come back to reclaim the land, or else them people going to gentrify what's left of the land. And once they do that, it's no more Gullah history, no more, because now the elders is too old. They dying off. They can't tell it orally. Once they come and destroy stuff, then they destroying stuff. You know how they get down, and then that's just gonna be another thing in history that folks gonna have to dig up and find. So like, it's videos of her, of the queen over there. Like she's literally telling the young folks, if you find out you got Gullah Geechee, man, come home. I was like, shit. I mean,
That's
South Carolina. It's a little swampy, but I mean, it's something.
that 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 kind of shows you the seriousness of a world within a world, right? Like the indigenous people looking at their culture disappear because of this corporation that came and took over, right? And watching it happen. And the reason that it's deep with them is because they made it through so much that it's crazy to see it happening to you now, because they've seen, for them to exist as long as they have, that means they've seen all these different tribes that got disenfranchised, that got considered extinct, and all that stuff like that. So to be fighting now in 2023, to be fighting to stay afloat, right? That's a crazy reality to hit you right in the face. But we get to see in real time how all these other tribes just kind of low key disappeared, like assimilating into this system, and people, like, it's just something so I don't know what the word is for it. Um,
That shit just mind blowing.
yeah,
I'm gonna be real.
it's
That
mind
shit
blowing.
mind blowing because like it blew my mind when I learned about the Muskogos, about the Gullah Seminoles that went to Mexico, and they went down looking like me and you. Now the descendants look like the people that's calling us wabos, bro. That shit blow my mind. I'm sitting here like, fuck. And their culture is disappearing. A lot of them don't know they're Muskogos or descendants of the Gullah Geechee and Seminole because the history, for one, Mexico didn't destroy it and hid the history, and a lot of the elders is dying. So I'm sitting here thinking, like, how many people call us Wabos who descend from these tribes and don't even know it? But the reason why you look like how you look is because what's down there, and once we go down there, after so many generations of mixing with them, we gonna look like them after a while.
Facts. But I think part of the reason that they look like us is not like man, these people these people are liars, man. And I think that when we did go to Mexico, like when our people went to Mexico to find like peace and freedom, I don't think that they were met and greeted the way that historians
Nah.
say that they were met and greeted. I think that a lot of them were wiped out. I think, because you got to think about the people that were in Mexico at the time. Like, look at the timeline. The people that were in Mexico at the time were people that were helping the conquistadors. So if they seen us coming through looking for asylum, not always, there's no way that it was always a good situation. So imagine how many people went missing. And then imagine how many of these people wrote down in the history books about us, uh, but really conquered our people. And then over time, they still get to claim our heritage or that heritage. But in reality, they didn't treat those people with respect when they showed up, and they just kind of stole their history. I'm sure that's happened
Nah,
too.
you on to something because I'm gonna be real because you gotta think the Gullah Seminoles went there to help the army. Now it was a lot of them. We talking about like after the Gullah Wars just got done. Now they're going straight to Mexico, and there's a lot of them. After they won, the Mexican government they gave them the driest desert part of Mexico, and that thousands dropped to like nigga they about to die off in like the next generation. And I'm saying like how do a people go from thousands to dying off that fast and they inside the desert
Facts.
part?
And not just people, us, like people like us that
Yeah.
we make babies like it's no tomorrow, ain't no issues there. So it's deeper. Like now you got to really start asking what really happened. Yeah, that was
Mm-hmm.
strategic. We weren't always gonna fall into the hands of people that loved us. That Mexico was being conquered.
Yeah. Because it don't make sense. Cause why? Cause I never could find the reason why they went to Mexico. Like out of all the stories, and I got the books from the Florida Seminole Negro and the Gullah Wars and all that. And I'm reading. There's still no explanation. It's just like they're fighting the Gullah Wars. The Gullah Wars, we won, and then out the blue, we on our way to Mexico to help their military. You know what I'm saying? Fight off the Spaniard and French and France and all them. But the Spaniard didn't already conquer Mexico. So what we helping Spaniards fight off Spaniards?
Nah, so see, based on what I'm reading, bro. So if we went to Mexico and we were helping during like in wars, we were helping Mexicans. Like whether like that's why I was saying earlier that some of these tribes that were living
Like the
there,
real ones?
yeah,
Like
the
the
real
real
tribes that were
Mexicans we
living
was
there,
helping? Okay.
not even just real Mexicans, but the migrants, some of the migrants that lived in Mexico were just living in Mexico. They weren't like conquering lands and stuff. They were existing. So not all of these people that are pale from Mexico were
Right.
like our enemy. Some of them just migrated from wherever they came from,
Someone just wanted to
escaping
live in peace.
prosecution, and they were just in peace living. They were under whatever dynasty was ruling, and they just did their thing, right? So when we went, but there's also other tribes that are fighting with the conquistadors. They're fighting with the French and the Dutch and whoever else is there. Fighting these different wars, but they're on their side. So when we go, you know, we didn't go until like just what they'll make it seem like in history, like, oh, it was just two people fighting. Nah, it was like a civil war with a
Yeah.
whole bunch of different tribes and nations in Mexico
Yeah.
fighting at one time.
Because I'm gonna clear up because the Gullah Geechee, which are the Seminole, and the Seminole are the Gullah Geechee, and just the Seminole alone was already six tribes. So you talking about six tribes already going down to Mexico, but we just banded up into one. So yeah, it was a big ass civil war though.
Yeah, so they walked into a war. And who knows what happened after that, or what they tell us in history happened
Yeah,
to make these
that's
tribes
true.
disappear.
Cause I ain't never really thought about how fast them numbers dropped because they said that they went about 1,000, and I was like, okay, but that was like late 1800s, like middle late 1800s. How that 1,000 go to they going extinct in Mexico, and why y'all put them in the hottest, desertous place where they can't grow vegetation? Because that's what they said. They said one of the hardest things that we have is farming and shit. Now it's like people that help you win. That's what you do to them. Some don't sit right with that. Now so now all of it starting to make sense. Like it all was. That's why like they government. I strongly feel like their government is literally our government that just speaks Spanish. They the same people.
Bro,
and
that's
only
all it is.
only specific Mexicans come here because they know the difference. And I started noticing that too. Now all Mexicans come over here. Certain ones can come over here, and that's crazy too.
Exactly. And there's only certain ones that they want over here.
Hmm.
And they are the same people. Like, just look at it like Canada, the United States,
Hmm.
Mexico, and South America. They're all really ruled by other countries.
They most definitely are.
None
It's
of
so
them,
it's
none of them, none of these places are ruled by the original people.
nah, they most definitely not. And like I said, something I remember when I first got on here, the first ever the first beef I ever got into was with some dude named Max something. I can't think of his name. But he was on Native TikTok or whatever. But he lived in Mexico. But one of my videos that he had pulled, and it was crazy because when I posted it, that shit did numbers. That thing was like 10K real quick overnight. It was one of my first videos that got pulled. I was like, somebody answer me this. Why do the Mexican flag and the Italy flag look the same? The only difference is this eagle that's in the middle. Like for real, if you take the eagle off, you got the Italy flag. And then they came and defended it real quick. It was like, we had our flag before Italy. And I was like, who? Okay, you gotta prove that though. And the only source that they gave me was like, it's not even backed up by nothing for real. It's like a random research
A
paper or some
personal
shit.
blog.
Yeah. So I'm sitting here like, but then when you research their food though, a lot of their food come from Italy and Spain.
That's why I told you, man. They got carnivals and everything. They celebrate it. Like they celebrate their victory, and by victory, they look when you look it up, when you research it, they're the people that live there right now. Their victory is considered in history a victory for the colonizer conquering Mexico. The people that live in Mexico right now that consider themselves indigenous in history, their war is considered conquering Mexico. How did that doesn't even make sense.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
conquistador conquering Mexico with the conquistadors.
And it's crazy because they be trying to call us conquistadors when y'all are the literal descendants of them folks.
Exactly. Exactly. Literal,
And
like
y'all
for
hate
real.
us, which makes sense.
Exactly.
So not only are y'all the conquistadors, but y'all mixed with also enemy tribes of our ancestors as well.
Exactly. So when they say you sound like the colonizer, like really? Do I?
It was always funny because they always be like, we need. It was funny because when all of us started, I noticed they was like, we need to stop indigenous erasure. You guys, indigenous erasure, and I was like, how are we erasing when we teaching people about Walter Pleasure? How are we erasing when all of our content is about American Indians and shit that people didn't know about American Indians? It
Facts.
seems like the
Hey,
only
and
people erasing is you.
the translation for indigenous for when they say that, the translation is stop, stop, please. Don't tell them. Don't
Don't
tell them.
tell them. They not supposed to know. Oh
It's
man.
a, it's a family secret.
It's
Hey,
like-
hey, look, I be asking them all the time. They don't answer, bro. Like it's hard. You're hard pressed to get them to answer. Cause I'll be like, yo, where you from? And then they'll say something weird, like, I'm from the original, whatever, something stupid. And then I'm like, nah, for real, like, where are your ancestors from? Like, what do y'all call y'all people? What language did y'all speak? And they don't want to answer it because they know it's a direct language that connects them all to these people.
oh man.
It's a language that and the reason why it's so scary is because as soon as you connect these people with that language and then you connect it with the history and then you start to talk to them, it's like that's all the pride that they have is based on that history. And then you have to look at them and be like, yo, so that means if you are these people, if you're as proud as you are to be these people, then you have to be as proud as you are to know that on these walls, when they're holding those people by the heads, that's your ancestors. To know that in history, when they talked about the wild sort of people that came from the wilderness and subterranean dwellings, they're talking about y'all, right? You got to accept the good with the bad.
That's crazy. Cause I always used to wonder that, like the Mayan paintings and stuff. I was like, who the fuck are these little people that they holding up? But it's funny because when I go to the store, like here in Louisville, Kentucky, like they here. I know them since you broke it down. I know them. And it's funny because I go to the store called Thornton's. They be in there, bro. Like I be towering over them, like just I'm just saying, like towering. And the only thing that comes to my mind is that Mayan mural, bro. like I'll be looking at, it, I'm like, yeah, I should snatch your ass up right now. you know what I'm saying?
Hey, look. You're tall. I'm not even tall, bro. But when I'm around them, I feel taller. Like I feel like a giant. Even like I'm short, bro. But when I'm around them, I
yeah,
feel like I'm towering over them. Just like my energy is like, yo, none of y'all can
yeah.
do anything to me in here. like none of
Yeah,
y'all. Like y'all some little people.
yeah, like they smile, they smile, and they want you to believe that they built the pyramids for real. I mean, no, man. I mean, you good with the housework and construction and shit, but you ain't do no heavy lifting, money. I ain't go ahead and quit that out. And then these people got locks. I haven't seen a Mexican with locks yet, and I'm pretty sure if you see one, it looks matted, like everybody else here,
Yeah,
except
when they
for ours.
come out, all the people that came from underground, bro, they can't get locks, man.
They
If you
can't.
came from underground, it ain't gonna look right.
Mm, like facts, and it says, and when you bring that up, they'll say yes, yes, we can, and they'll lead you to a picture of them having to clay their hair, and that's their form of locks. It ain't natural. They'll get clay, and they just dirty it up, mats, and they be like, it's the locks, whatever. But nah, man, we talking about like actual locks, and then like you don't see them with grills. Well, Nat before Nelly and Paul Wall made grills hot. You ain't really. you have seen a few of them with a few goals and shit like that, but those be the authentic ones. You know what I'm saying? Those be the ones that know what's up. But like these other ones though, you ain't gonna see them with no tribal shit, bro. Like nothing that connects them with the culture or nothing. No gold, no grill, no tax, nothing, bro. So that's why I was like, it's important for us to stop generalizing, separate, because it's a lot of those people who call themselves Mexicans, and a lot of them are our brothers and sisters, and a lot of them not, and they just under this big ass umbrella.
That's the
So
thing, man. It's like, uh, man, like, cause I'm trying to really like I'm really picturing it. So when you look, I tell you for sure, like when you look up these tribes and you look on a map where they're located now, then that'll like that's why you got to know the names. Like I put the names on my post, man. Like I said it, and I posted the page in the book
I'm
so
gonna
you
check
can
them
see it.
out.
But when you look it up, you'll see the locations they're in, and you'll know who the people are. It'll help you distinguish when you talk to these people, like who you're dealing with. Like if they say they're from any of these areas, then you already know, who their ancestors were. And
And
with
that
them
makes sense
having this,
why they ain't post no census record and no pictures.
oh no, they can't, bro. They can't. Like that's the thing. Like I don't even like going back and forth with these like with anybody now, bro. Is like it's pointless. Like I
Mm-hmm.
could. it, man, man.
Yeah, like I already got on that level too. Like I can't even go back and forth for real with a lot of the people unless I'm making fun. But for a whole year, I've been asking and Apache Singleberry, the whole usual suspects, bro. Just post census record with a picture. I just want to see, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it.
So
It's
let us
just
see.
like a secret. That shit like a secret, bro. They not gonna show you nothing. Like boy, they cringe up when you say some shit like that for real. Like, whoa, what is it that you don't want nobody to see? Niggas probably came out of caves. Niggas probably got a couple of Asian ancestors, Japanese shit. I got some India people. Oh yeah, some India people ended up in Mexico too. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Them Hindustan people, they ended up in Mexico. Man, look, you talk about mix. And they all got Neanderthal
Yeah.
DNA.
Crazy because in that book I was talking about, they were you could tell that like there's a part of the book where they were talking to the natives, right? The ones that were hiding and lying. And you could tell by the response to like so they talked about what they were saying in regards to where they were from. And then you can see like you could tell that it's like the response of how the writer felt about what they were saying, right? And basically they were saying like, that they were liars, that they were lying, that they, that but at the time they were saying that everybody has at least the knowledge of, you know, people descending from Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? And things like that. That's what it talks about in the book. But they were saying like people have that like people all around the world have that minimal knowledge, right? That these people are lying, that they didn't come from this land, based on who they were, that it's impossible. But
So
they were
people that
lying from,
already, and how they go back to what you just said, that nothing new under the sun. We just rediscovering what was already discovered. These people that already figured out these people weren't the real folk. But these people hid it and we just re-uncovering it. And now they trying to call it CRT and banning it. Because this shit
exactly.
and it's
So
a
when
national
they met
security
him,
threat.
they found out through interviews with them, getting to know the people, they found out that they weren't the original people, and they were questioning it. and they were bringing up the story of history, you know, uh, and then the wars happened. Because if you read the book, when the conquistadors came, like that wasn't the first time that they had gotten there. Some of the wars they came and they lost horribly. They talk about it like horrible, disastrous losses. But when Cortez came, he kind of was like meeting with people. He was meeting with princes and meeting with rulers, and then came back and went to war, like, the trickery. But he had allies. By the time he went to war, he had allies within Mexico. And these are the people that we're talking about right now that still live there to this day. They were living in Mexico and they became the allies, right?
Oh, I'm about to read the hell out of this book tomorrow. I ain't even playing, dog. Cause I always just wondered that shit, though. Like, I always wondered, I was like, cause when you look up the Aboriginal and Indigenous people on all these inhabitants, okay, froze, everything. But when you get over here, if they're not so-called Black Moon, then they Mongolian. I was like, so what? Something's not like the rest of this picture here. You know what I'm saying? So all the indigenous people around the world got froze, and everybody melanated and shit kind of resemble each other. But as soon as you get over here,
It just boom, magic.
it just,
You know what I'm
it
saying?
just.
But it worked
And
for
then
them.
it,
They
and
used
then
all
when you
those
get over
tribes.
here, yeah. But then when you get over here, they hit you with the Bering Strait, because then they want you to think America was empty. Man.
Exactly. And that's what it says in the book. That's where I was going. In the book, bro, it says like that they talked about how they traveled to desolate land, right? Um so basically when they first got here, they did go to places that weren't inhabited, right?
Hmm.
Not as in people didn't live on the land, but they just found places where they can be by themselves, right? Damn, I lost train of I forgot everything I was about to say.
I said, you two stacking up, bro. I see you climbing. That's crazy though. Crept through, crept through Canada. Yeah, they crept through. How they crept through Canada? How did they creep through Canada? Well, shit. You did see the samurais in Egypt. Mhm.
It was all connected, bro. Like the first Asians that came here looked our skin tone.
Yeah, I know. I noticed about them. During the first migration, a lot of them look like us, froze and shit like that.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's where I was going with it. So they ended up getting these tribes that existed there that were from these places, like crossing the Bering Strait. So all these Asian looking people, and then they had Latino looking people, and then they had influx of migrant, and these are all the people that they put together to create the image of indigeneity, right? And
Mhm.
like shadow government people running everything, just like it's no different there than it is here, running the school system and everything. They all came together because they conquered the land to teach the people that we weren't indigenous to the land and they were. That's all that happened. It's the same thing that happened in America, same thing that happens everywhere that they take over. They just switch up the school system and teach the indigenous people that they're not from there. or teach the world that they're from there too. Like,
Wow.
but for a fact that they popped up out of nowhere. But you just got to get out of that indoctrination simplex that got you that they have us
Yeah.
in, at least until our 20s if they are successful.
Man. Might as well start getting paid for what we love doing. I feel that naturalism. Hey, look, shit. Why not get paid for teaching critical race theory? Shit, why not? Fuck it. You know, um, you too, man. Y'all subscribe. Subscribe to Naturalism Yahweh YouTube. Subscribe to Rashad. You got one up though. And subscribe to mine. Sounds for the Conscious Mind. Um, but dog, like it is the same thing that they do everywhere. And like now, they teach us that we're not the indigenous, which is crazy how they do this damn psychological thing. But this is why psychology is important, the study of the mind, because that's what they specialize in. Um, and it was all psychological, for real. And once our people can break out of that, which I know it sounds funny hearing these people just popped up out of nowhere. I know it sounds funny saying it, but they did. You know, they did.
Yeah, it's like historically, literally one day, like you just imagine, y'all, one day our ancestors woke up and these people were around, like for real. Like it was like went to sleep and didn't exist. Woke up and they were coming out of the hills and like you know what I'm saying? Like overnight they were coming out the hills, like and they were
Yeah.
savages. So you know that's like so when like part of the misunderstanding is like time is they jacked up time. So
Mm-hmm.
even when you hear us speak, sometimes we jump between the timelines because when you tell this history, it's all jumbled up. Um, it seems like it. Like I don't know. Sometimes it feels like time did a crazy leap. But
Mm-hmm.
when they were the wild men, you know, they came out. They really legitimately came out of nowhere. They lost a lot of wars. It took a long, long time to get to where we are today.
Yeah. And after sit on some video game shit, a new character. Yeah, man, they just spawned it up. And yeah, like there's still a major gap in history from the time they spawned up till now. So yeah, it sounds like it be jumbled up a little bit, but for the most part, a lot of people can picture it and see it. You know, it ain't far fetched. So that's the good thing. But they did so good at hiding their own history and destroying their own shit. Is crazy. But man, look.
It's like a it's like a mirror. It's like a mirror effect, I think. So like if you want the simplest version of it,
How about I say?
think about everything you've learned about history happening with the Caucasians over there, right, coming out of the mountains, and then just reverse that to over here, and then
Mm-hmm.
put that in place of the people that live in Mexico, and you know the people that are claiming to be natives, and that's the same exact story, all right? It's the same
Mm-hmm.
story, you know.
Because be real, they can't tell you no history. I be telling them to tell me some slave stories. Like, okay, so Native American was slaves, right? Go on, tell me some stories. They can't tell you none. They can't show you a lynching of Native American, none of that, because it ain't none. But it's everything about you though, and that's the thing that they can't hide is that everything's about you. And even if they don't tell you, you'll somehow figure it out. Like Richard Pryor, when he opened up the tune, he was like, "These are all black people." Yeah, man. Yeah. It's like that, but instead of black people, it's American Indians. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the truths that they didn't want to get out. For real, I'm telling you, like, mm,
Like it might seem
mm-hmm,
weird, like when you're looking at it, you might be like, dang, I'm doing all this research and I know all about our people. I'm learning all this. And when I talk to these other people, it seems like they know all they know is about us too. But the reason it's like that is because if they really know history, they get to a point. where it becomes all about us. So that's all they. So if it seems like they
Mm-hmm.
know a lot about us, is because they're really studying, and all they're finding is a lot about us because that's all it was.
Yeah. Which, trust me, it's still mind blowing for me. Sometimes when I still be finding shit, I'm like, damn, bro, I'm really talking about our ancestors. Right? This shit crazy as hell. Like, that shit blow my mind too. Like, cause I ain't never thought in my life that I'd be reading shit like this. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't like my grandmama told me it was American Indians, but for the most part, I just figured we ain't had no history. Or like for the most part, I thought that shit was destroyed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was destroyed, and I was like, well, shit, there it is, destroyed. Ain't no getting that shit back. Oh well, I wouldn't even think about it. Like, man, you start reading these stories and shit, and learning about the food and the culture and all that, you just be like, wow. And learned that it was
Exactly.
all a game and all of this, and it was all planned from the beginning, from Charles Darwin and the dude who taught Charles Darwin, which was a melanated European, about eugenics and selective breeding and you know what I'm saying, just all that Darwinism and the evolution story, which covers up everything like that. That's why they need you to believe in the outer Africa theory and the Neanderthal theory and the Big Bang theory. They need you to believe in that because once you turn away from that pseudo and you get back into some real books and real scriptures and artifacts and hieroglyphics, it's gonna tell you, it's look, man, like they told you without telling you when they told you about the evolution theory. This is why I was telling people about the aquatic ape. But they told you without telling you about their beginnings. All they did was just tell you it was out of Africa and tell that we all came from it. But you gotta separate that shit. But that was all that shit was about them hiding who they really was. You know,
All it is.
they need you to believe that you was from apes and shit like that.
The thing, and it just I guess it's a coincidence, but not a coincidence that all the people in charge are the people with the same kind of history.
Yep. And it's only 1%. That's another giveaway. And y'all all related.
Exactly.
All related. Even the melanated ones. Y'all too.
Uh, that's the thing about it.
You seen that shit that post City Vibe said? Nah, I ain't see it. I don't really get his videos on my For You page. I don't really see it unless y'all stitch them for real. I know that nigga mad. He said that rice is indigenous to Africa.
Oh,
I
he
said,
told a whole story about a girl said that her mom put rice in her hair and braided it up so that it would last until she got to America, so that when she got here, she could plant the rice in a field and grow it, and that's how America got rice.
Bro.
That's crazy.
Pan Africans, boy. Them niggas don't give you no documents, but they'll tell you a good story. My man said she took the rice out her hair and planted it in the soil. How she gonna know how to plant something in our soil?
And grew enough rice to change America.
Wow. On a boat for 3 months now. Man, look. They just need to stop, man. They just need to stop. I know he found that story in a Pan African book. He ain't find it. And that's the thing that killed me about them. Like they don't really read history books. They read other Pan African books. Tomorrow he gonna tell y'all a story how they brought cabbage from Africa, but they wore it as a diaper. And that's how we got cabbage. I'm just saying shit.
Came through with 40 cabbage diapers and planted them in
I'm
lower
telling you.
Louisiana.
Oh shit, bro.
I
I need
wish
to
I could
start
feel my
watching his
favorite.
page. What's that in there?
What's up, man? I'm trying to see how to show my background. Somebody was on my live and they put up their green screen. I was trying to figure out how the hell they did that shit. See, is it this modify? Nope. No effects. Oh, okay. Okay. No, damn. That still ain't no green screen.
Then use the cabbage pieces to roll the boat.
But I just wanted to come up and say, shit, they still got to explain how the hell those Egyptians got pineapples. They got it all on their wall. And that's an American thing. Pineapples only it's only known to America. And
Caribbeans can get this in too.
America had different types of rice. We had brown rice, red rice, oh, what they call Spanish rice. We had all that. Well, now the Spanish brought their own rice. But our main one was wild rice. And
Wow, right?
this man trying to say she put rice in her head. Her mother knew that her daughter was going to get kidnapped. I don't know. I don't know how you gonna let your daughter get kidnapped. And you got word that your daughter could get kidnapped, and you ain't send your daughter off nowhere. Or like Africa's so vast, and you ain't send your daughter off nowhere to another country in Africa. I mean, that shit do not make sense. I mean, a logical parent would run off with their kids.
It's the
Well,
fact.
and based on the way that America was explained, if you knew your child was coming to America, you knew that you didn't have to put rice in their hair because you knew that this was the richest land in the world. Yep, they don't do no rice.
It's
Hold on now,
it's
family.
it's
We
it's it's,
homonyms. We homonyms,
it's the
y'all.
fact. It's the fact that it's the fact that she put it in her hair though that's killing me. I mean, I said we homonyms, we primates,
I mean, don't we
we
still
not
got to
primates.
deal? Don't we still got to deal? So this is a fictitious history. Since we got to deal with it in a fictitious way. According to the movie Roots, wasn't they checking their mouth and hair and shit as soon as they got off the
Mm-hmm.
boat,
It most definitely was.
scaling their body and all that? So that rice would never got passed.
I'm pretty sure the rice would have fell out her hair on that bumpy ride over here.
But she would have ate that. Oh, 'cause ain't no way you sitting up here
She most
surviving.
definitely,
She gonna
would
really
have ate that bit.
There ain't no way you could go 3 months without no food or water, and
Like that was me. I was like, sorry, mom, I'm finna eat this right. Everybody else starving and shit.
The other slave next to you that survived is gonna slap your hand like, no, don't do that.
So they wouldn't even know it was hidden. They wouldn't know. They probably
Yeah,
try to take it
folks,
from her ass and eat it themselves.
Exactly, bro.
bro.
You can't do it
These folks
sacred.
don't post no. They don't post no real books, bro. No, like no real nothing. There's
Bro,
more
he gonna give you a movie
folktale.
clip. He gonna give you a movie clip, bro. He gonna give you straight up a movie clip from Roots.
For real.
Bro, I'm praying, man. That man sitting up here reading. He reading them Native American books now, bro. He trying hard.
For real, cause it's like now, now it's like on the outside looking in, noticing, bro. Pan Africans ain't really got no knowledge. The shit just sound good when they talk, but they don't come with no real facts or documents. No nothing.
Bro, that is quoting from that doctor they always quote from. That
Yeah.
I keep saying like if you can produce a book that's not influenced by modernism, then we could chop it up. But other than that, you keep on giving me Pan African books that is influenced. Like for example, you know that book called The Holy Tablets by Dr. York,
Yeah.
where he talks about Nubaru. See, I can fuck with it, but I can't fuck with it anyway because there's a lot of influence in it, such as outer space and planets and galaxies. It's a lot of influence. Whitenism, white people.
Yeah.
I like to call it white peopleism, whatever. Influence, white mindset influence, and those alleged black knowledge. Like if it's gonna be black knowledge, it can't be influenced for false doctrine.
That's facts.
So I can't fuck with Pan African stuff because it's heavily influenced.
hmm Pretty much. I start noticing now about a lot of stuff like again, Rashad Jamal, like he my dog. I like his videos. But when he started talking about galaxies and planets and outer space, and I be like, bro, there's nothing up
See
there.
the
You
other
don't.
concept of modernism. Yep.
Yeah.
Still waiting for somebody to tell me where where his ancestors from, or if they seen anything like we provided. And nobody gave me no answer for that yet.
I mean, he got the cheekbones. He got the cheekbones and he got the low forehead. So I know for a fact
Yeah.
he got ties here.
Say from
But no,
Chicago. That's how
I don't
everybody
know.
know.
I
I
just want
don't
to see
need.
it. But that's the thing. He started this. Like I tell people, he didn't. Whether they like it or not, he distanced himself from, his own folks. Like how Lo said, he started talking too much outer space instead of actually letting people go on their journey and telling them, hey, get to know thyself and take that emotional roller coaster ride of just understanding history. Because it's like most people even still think the world is round, bro. So it's like, come on now.
Yeah, so I just try to like make it through sometimes. I'm like, okay, maybe he ain't get there yet. But, you know, so much when you talk about like energy and spiritualness, I fuck with it, be on point. It be shit we talk about cool. It just
It be right.
be it just be when he talk about planets and shit. I just can't get down with that because I know that ain't
I
real.
don't, I don't know how old he is, but I do know that I had a time period in my life where I listened to Dr. Malachi York, and
Like 30 something.
when I was talking to people, I would repeat his information because that shit was cold when I first heard it. But
You don't know how they were.
yeah. But when I listened to Rashad Jamal, I know that a lot of that is Dr. Malachi York information.
Mm-hmm.
I just think
I
that's just
got
where
you.
he was at in his search for knowledge at the time. He just happened to get he just happened to blow up because people liked his energy. So all that extra shit is him just adding stuff to it. But that's what the overall message is when I listen to him. It's Dr. Malachi York.
Yeah, I hear him.
I think also to add to that, you ever heard of this organization called, I think they call 6% or 5% or something like
Mm,
that. It's usually
5%.
people that's in prison that comes from that study that black guy Islamic type things.
Mm-hmm.
So when he talk, I be hearing a little bit of mixture of that when you get the when you call yourself God. I don't know where you get the non-ether being thing from, but the self knowledge and things like that. I know that comes from the 5%. I forgot it's called either 6% or 5%.
It's the 5%.
5%, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Hard,
I know
God
some of that
body.
comes from that too. I used to debate those people a lot while I was working at the Department of Correction. That shit was funny. That shit was wild to me.
Yeah, you got a lot of them in there. You got him, Jay Z, a 5%er, Carmelo Anthony, David Banner. That's a lot of them. That's with that. But another red flag though that always caught me is that he say that he know hella rappers and celebrities and shit too. Like me personally, I don't know him. Like in my realm of perspective, he kind of just popped up on the scene. Like I went to his page, like his oldest videos, like 2 years type shit. So like it just blew up, and I'm sitting here like, okay, cool. The energy was cool, but it's other brothers who done dropped this same New York shit. The energy.
Yeah.
Maybe he just hit the algorithm right. I don't know, but I mean, I ain't trying to discredit him or nothing like that on what he's saying. I'm just saying it's just I just been people. I know everybody ain't perfect, but I've been seeing.
I like his work. I just want him to prove this Africa connect. I mean, the Grand Canyon connects to the Sahara Desert with old literature. That's all I want to see. I really don't care about all the other stuff we talk about. That's majority of that stuff is common sense. I ain't talking about that outer space stuff, but the majority of stuff he's saying is common sense. But I just want to see this connected to the Sahara Desert, Africa stuff because man, I'm looking at the old mounts. Like we seen the old mounts before, like the oldest of the oldest, and I still cannot put this shit together. The only thing I can think about is freaking what's some thing called Stargates and shit. That's the only stuff I could think about when
He say
when you think
Stargates.
about
I think he says it's like a Stargate in the Grand Canyon that they guard or something. If I'm
it
not
probably
mistaken
is,
on one of
but
the videos. But I mean, the Stargates is still. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but I'm just
I
I
seen the
gotta be
gates. They
slick
come in. They come in
like
many
that.
different forms. They come in. They call
Okay,
it
cool.
spiral energy or something like that. It got something to
Mm-hmm.
do with water. That's all I
Mm,
know. It's like it's substance I guess when it's activated, it looks like water when you walk through it.
okay,
But
that's good enough.
it's true. I seen a lot of the gates, but they all not circles. They like some of them shaped like rectangles, and they got this tentacle creature in the middle of it holding a spear.
Hmm.
Some people call it Cthulhu. Some people call it other stuff, but I seen the stuff. I just never seen it activated.
Well, it ain't no telling because I know I done heard him say that. I done heard actually like I done seen a few videos. I actually do edit one video when somebody said it. And I was like, I was thinking probably like some underground tunnels that go like underground or something. Shit, I don't know. But
Now you
I,
heard of
I,
Tesla's?
I do
I
know
said not
that
Tesla.
ain't I do know that ain't none of these land masses the shapes or connected like how we think they are though. So there's no telling. Shit, we probably are. We probably been in Africa the whole time. They probably been lying to us.
Yep, you never know. all I know is Alfred Wigner. He got his theory from looking at South America and Africa. He got his theory from looking at modern maps that said everything had to connect, but he didn't even bother looking at the old maps. Like, and people clowned him. Like during this time, a lot of people clowned him for that. That's where they got that Pangea junk from.
Right. Yeah, ain't no telling,
People
man.
make fun of a lot of people. They still make, like I said, people still think this shit's round, and due to the fact of them not even going through the introductory parts. Like I be feeling like some of the stuff we be talking about, like what y'all talking about right now, is like introductory things. Like to me, people be speaking on things, and it's like they'll disagree with this, but it's like how can you disagree with what he's kind of talking about in our ancestors? We're kind of going by some of these
I mean, because all the ancestors said that we are inside of a dome from all cultures.
things.
You know, all
It's
cultures
like
said that we was in a dome. All cultures had pyramids, and all cultures said that the indigenous inhabitants was melanated people, and we had locks and war grills and shit, and we barbecued. You know what I'm saying? And we chilled in a hammock and smoked
it's
cannabis.
like so it's like a red flag almost to a certain extent if a person like like I said skips over little things like that. If you skip over the whole um incubator baby thing, mud floods, like there's some things that are very introductory now at this point, and if a person at this point wants to disagree or argue, like I said, it's a red flag to me, especially if you still think this shit's round.
Like,
Orlando Brown is an incubator baby.
just like that video you showed them spamming on that damn beach. All them white people spamming on the beach looking lost and shit in
I'm
suitcases.
waiting, I'm,
I was like, bro,
I'm
y'all,
waiting for
they were
somebody to drop
responding
this.
in like they was responding in like fucking Call of Duty, bro. This all like heck
It,
no.
I think it's a little bit of everything. That's part, hey, that's part of the emotional roller coaster that I tell people is people really ready to like see the electricity. Y'all seen at the end, right? Like straight up just like flash and everything. I'm like, but like somebody explain. I don't care what demographic you was. Like that's a whole nother generation that needs to have some explaining to do. Like that's what I'm trying to tell.
I got a
I
lot of
think,
videos to catch up on. I gotta go to all y'all pages and watch. Cause I promise you, I don't get no videos on my For You page. It'd be a bunch of bull. I get but they start trying to send me the Pan African TikTok like lives and shit now, and just weird people playing video games and shit. It's just this should be weird, dog.
hey,
I don't know what
well,
they
like I
doing with the
say,
algorithm.
I never get over the fact that you on a damn beach with a suit. Like I never get over that.
Hey, you know what I was thinking? Because like, if you want to go a little deeper with it, right, and like on some like creepiness, it's like okay, if you do the times, you match up, connect the dots with the timeline. It's like, man, that's some of our peoples. Like they weren't used to wearing suits. Who, like Natural said, who goes to the beach with their kids and wears a suit? Like they don't know not to wear a suit to the beach. You know what I'm kind of saying? You got to really look at mannerisms. When you do like research and mannerisms, that's a red flag. People wearing the same hat. If y'all really go to that man's page and watch some of them videos, and you'll see some pictures, you'll
Bro,
see 25 people with the same hat.
some of them had the same damn face, bro. That goes back to some of them had the same fucking face. That go right back to that incubation stuff y'all was just talking about. Like man, that was probably dumping clones on the beach. That was probably what was going on. Dumping all them
Yeah,
clones on the beach.
man, they dumped hella clones on us in them times. They dumped bro. I'm telling you, because all through history, it's been a known fact that the Blah Moon men are sterile because of the incest genes through them. So they can't reproduce at a high rate. So I've been noticing that. I was like, okay, where the fuck do all these damn white babies and shit come from, and why and where are they still coming from?
That could be a big old secret. Like that's what I'm saying. That's where people, when I'm saying people gonna go into this doing their genealogy or whatever it is, or may some like I said, some people may already know. We may be late to the party. How we not know we not late? And you know what I mean? The people who kind
Hey,
of don't.
we might be late to the party because
Probably
shit.
starting that stork baby. They're probably starting that stork baby stuff again. Dropping off babies out of nowhere to these people. They buying these babies. You know what I'm saying? From these laboratories. You know, that's probably what's going on.
Because it's hush hush. Like my thing is mention that orphan trainer incubator baby to any historian, any person that speaks and says they know history, or any person that carries themselves in a certain demographic. Like I said, we need to start having fun with this stuff now. At this point, like all these people who chose to do certain things or say, "Oh, I know my history. I know American history." Okay, well, let's start with the World's Fair and the incubator babies, and or let's start with the world being no curvature, my boy.
Man, that is gonna keep yelling pseudo, bro. They
Everybody
too
has
That's
to.
indoctrinated.
their favorite
We got
word.
pictures and videos and everything.
That's their
You
favorite
see
word.
the
Everything
you see
pseudo
you see the Pan
and
Africans sit up here.
Photoshop.
You see the Pan Africans out here trying to attack the Moors now. They're like, bro, y'all can't go after the Moors. They literature more legit than yours. I said, boy, come on now. I said, if I'm whooping your ass, they most definitely for to whoop your ass. Come on
Yeah,
now.
that's they
They
can't
most
do
definitely
nothing
about to
with
whoop their ass. Like Pan Africans are the only ones who don't have history. Like y'all don't like literally. You don't. How are you gonna go after the Moors? The Moors make your history. That's what's crazy.
And then, hell yeah.
When I found out, like I say, when I found out them boys was in Sweden before Sweden was called Sweden, and they got a whole fountain, I don't want to really hear nothing too much after that.
Mm.
Yeah, who was that
That-
that said a lot of the African tribes, they dialect is very similar to the original Dutch, the original Germans and all that stuff. I forgot who told me that.
they like Swahili or some shit like that. It's one of them. It's one of the African languages. It's either like Swahili. Um, what's that? One of the Bantu tribes in South Africa, because that's where the Dutch went to mainly. It's a few of them. You just gotta dig into them. It's a few of them. I don't know off the top of my head. I screenshotted the shit on my phone though, but I don't know off the top of my head though. It's a lot of them. It's called the Afrikaner languages or whatever, or the Afrikaan languages, but instead of a C, you put a K, and it's gonna pull up some shit.
Right.
And I was sitting there like, damn, okay, so shit, some of these languages is like mixed Creole, like mixed with half indigenous and half Dutch, German, and Holland and shit. And since we never talked to no Holland person, we don't know what the fuck Holland sound like.
I did. I did. I talked to
Oh,
one
for
before
real?
back in my days of being I'll say Israelite organization. I was doing that Israelite organization stuff. Uh I was talking to this woman named freak I forgot her name, but she used to FaceTime me all the time. And she said she was originally from Trinidad, but she stayed in Holland. And she was telling me that damn, I forgot what the hell she was telling me. But the way how she sound, see, they sound like Jamaicans almost.
Mm-hmm.
They almost sound, they have an accent of a Jamaican, and I don't know. I really can't explain it. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to explain. But I know for a fact I hear a Jamaican accent from them.
Yeah, we all sound the same in the West Indies, unfortunately.
Well, that's the disacknowledgement, like I said, of freaking them always belittling that like people didn't know each other already. Like that's the thing that makes it funny is that if you look at the bigger picture of things, and somebody to actually agree for us to be coming from Africa, which is the out of Africa theory, or even coming off slave ships, you're automatically denouncing people bartering or trading anytime before that. You get what I'm saying? Like you disannounce indentured servitude. You must not know about indentured servitude. You get what I'm trying to saying? Like you started right at slavery. Like, okay.
Bro, real talk. There are some real white people that really believe we didn't exist until slavery. Real
Yeah,
talk.
bro. No, no, no. Like you real, bro. I thought I was the only one that people really think we poofed on slave ships, y'all. Like when people say that we come from slavery and shit like that, like they not even thinking about maybe some niggas got kidnapped from Africa. Like they think your history, you literally poofed on a slave ship and got dropped
Really,
off and started getting
okay.
whipped.
Like, yeah, really think of the concept of it. They're pretty much saying there was like no bartering system between that. All right, say for this hypothesis or whatever the heck theory wise, say that we all do come from Africa, whatever. You mean to tell me there was no kind of bartering system? They weren't integrating with nobody else on the other side of the world. They weren't trading with anybody else on the other side of the world. They just automatically some people came over there and put them on some slave shit, and then they only start integrating when they got kidnapped from Africa.
Man,
Pineapples. I keep saying pineapples. Yeah, I gotta explain on pineapples, bro. Y'all know them pineapples is not indigenous to Africa.
mm-hmm.
It's on y'all manuscripts. It's on y'all walls.
Neither
Even
is rice.
the potato, the corn, squash, watermelon is the big one. How the hell watermelon ended up in Africa? I want to know that. Melon is indigenous to America. All of the melon is indigenous to America.
I want to know about the Muslim sailors that they don't never want to talk about. That was too. They homie Zing He and all them. Like, why they why they don't never mention the homie Zing He?
Hey man, like I'm starting to think Africa was the continent that was empty, and motherfuckers just moved there
The
and
old
realized
books
they
that
couldn't
say
grow shit
America
there.
people the world.
Hmm.
It was about
Because
James Adair. He said that.
cause that landmass is mostly desert and dry. Ain't no way in hell you growing watermelon and all that shit organically.
Well,
And
they
Africa.
found ruins they found ruins under the desert. So that land of Kalahari and the Sahara, it did have civilizations there. I just don't know what the hell had happened
Yeah, I mean you can tell because they got palm trees and shit. It just turned to dust. Water
with
and
no
shit
pine
just dried up.
with no pineapples. Like I said, I still can't understand.
Nah, no pineapples on their palm trees. They probably had like coconuts or some shit.
How long did the barter system I mean was established for? Before what? Who was that? Egypt that brought the money system?
We had our own money here.
Exactly. I remember finding pictures of each state. Like each state used to have its own currency. Technically, we
I
can
thought
call
you
it a
talking about I thought you talking about pre before colonialism. Yeah, even in the states was recognized as their own countries. Uh,
man.
yep, all that. We all had our own type of money until
That
they
went
gave
before it
up
got
their
bad.
sovereignty.
Yep. That was just a period that don't okay. Another period of time people don't
You know, I
acknowledge.
would have been. But dude, let me say this before you finish that real quick, bro. If they kept that shit going the way how it was, the South would have been the richest. Mainly Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, all the places that's covered in pine trees. That would have been the richest countries in the in America,
That's how
because
we
all
got
the
these peace
resources
and
we
justice.
have here.
So that's another dagger. Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then damn, what am I about to say too? I just had it in front of my head. I forgot it.
That's why if you look at like the Verrazano voyages when he's explaining the people that he found in North Carolina, and then you look at all the different land that we had. based on what naturalism was just saying. That's all those places that had the pine trees is all the places that they documented us being when they came over here. So we already knew
Yeah, that's what
what's
I was
up.
about to say. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You know, and then too, when you talk about the definition of a country, you know, people uses the word country when you talk about like, okay, you in Africa, you got this landmass, whatever, their country and all that. Now it kind of makes sense now when you go to the South and you figure out that we owned all that and it was going to be riches and they call us country because the whole South was its own country. It was a republic. And it just all starts making sense. That's why I was like, you know, the sovereignty was here in the South. But now when you know that, it's funny when you meet these these blonde moon people who don't know history and they be like, the South will rise again. We be like, yeah, yeah. You know, like, yeah, yeah, the South will rise again, but that like how you think it is. You know? So it just be funny now. That's why all racist people are for. I don't even get mad at the shit they say because they don't even know history themselves.
Bro, they don't even know they on Confederate War. They think the Confederacy was over slavery and stuff. It ain't had nothing to do with that.
That's
It
why I
was
say
lit.
that. That's why I say that even they are brainwashed because all of their information comes from Birth of a Nation, and all of our information comes from Roots. So yeah, shit funny as
The double
hell.
whammy, right? The double whammy on
Yeah,
them.
double
That's
whammy.
so crazy. Like all these people, these generals during the Confederate time, all of them was melanated people. Abraham Lincoln was just fighting against other melanated beings. Sure, and he even said in his Emancipation Proclamation didn't free no slaves. It only it was only for those states that seceded from the North. The proclamation wasn't about the South. There was people being free from their servitude, their chattel. Not I ain't talking about indentured servitude, but there's people getting free from that chattel slavery, their criminal punishment, way before Emancipation Proclamation. Oh, I mean, that whole thing, Abraham Lincoln, the N word, he even said he would let you keep your slaves and all that other stuff. He just wanted to save the Union. That's it.
That's facts. And the Union had more slaves than the South too. That's what they flipped that story on you too.
Keep telling
They
you
still
this. The
they
concept of
still had their
slavery
own
is a
currency,
melanated concept. It
but they
ain't got
still had
nothing to
their
do
own
with like
currency. Was that they still had their own currency during that time, right? During Lincoln and all that shit, right? Or no, that's when
yep,
they had stopped it. Yeah, still every state had still their own currency during that period of time, right?
yep.
Yeah, we
We
had
was,
it.
we
I
was,
think it was
It's
we
called
was,
just
like greenbacks. I think it was
I
called
think
greenbacks or some shit.
I think the United States was like three countries at that time because you still had California with the Spaniards still popping off over there. We got Louisiana and all this country of Louisiana popping off. Then we got shoot New England, all those colonies. That was the other country popping off. So we had like three countries popping off going against each other in the United States.
so then that's why, and then that's why it's like that's why I be trying to tell people it's a trigger to a certain extent when people talk about, oh, I know my history, or quote unquote, I know American history. Well, it's like, all right, how come you don't never mention how each state had its own currency and show people who was on that currency and then picture that was on that currency too?
No, they ain't gonna show people that. I think they probably destroyed all. They ain't gonna let
But
Probably
nobody know.
got that shit. They
some
all
of
probably
the
that.
got
All
biggest
that
they
stuff,
got.
probably got a few of them somewhere
man,
inside their family heirlooms.
Yeah, somebody has one in a
What'd you say,
closet
Shaw?
behind a fake
I can't.
bookshelf.
What'd you say, Shaw? I couldn't even hear you.
And somebody has one in a closet behind a fake bookshelf. But
I tell
other
you.
than that, that shit was melted down and turned into bullets and stuff, probably.
Yeah,
I was trying to tell you. The niggas ain't get rich, they got some old currency somewhere.
yeah, they got it.
But I'm telling you, if these people still got chairs with hair in it, these boys most definitely got our old currency.
Man, y'all seen that slow old stuff? I ain't trying to talk down on our people, but y'all seen that slow stuff about that was like, oh, they sold the United States sovereignty to Mexico and Canada, yada yada yada. I like, bro, United States, first of all, it's in the District of Columbia. It's a damn corporation. They don't got no damn sovereignty. It's just a corporation. It's just a business just to do commerce here. And you said Joe, they said Joe Biden sold that. I said all he did was sold the corporation. He can't sell America. I like you're not even a real freaking president, bro. You're not even no president of the real uh whatever this land was called, America, I guess. You're not even no real freaking president. So the only thing he did, he was sold the Constitution of 71, and everything with that, and all corporate entities and things to Mexico and Canada, because the Vatican no longer has power over the District of Columbia anymore. No more foreign entities, I say, no more foreign powers.
Technically not under the creed. They're not under the creed technically.
Yeah, that shit. This corporation been done. They just keeping a gimmick going on. That's why they talking about, so, oh, our debt's too high. We got to move to a new currency. They're trying to start a new corporation. That's all they trying to do. So they trying to put us in another new. They trying to put us in another new slavery. So don't be surprised when you see new birth certificates, new social security cards, all types of brand new shit
Yeah,
because of
they
the new
already been
corporation that's
sliding.
starting.
They already been sliding these new driver's licenses on loan people.
Yeah. I just wonder, is they gonna continue this shit? Is somebody gonna stop it? Or shoot, we finna enter into another corporation for 200 years.
There you go, bro. That's my thing. I'm like, that's the question I'm semi asking. Like, who is it going to be? Like, people who decided to put themselves in these positions, y'all gonna say something? Y'all gonna speak up? The ones who, you know what I mean? It's like it's kind of being blatant and obvious at this point. So it's like that's the part that's kind of sucky. It's like it's a rock and a hard place because, like I said, it's people's friends and family, it's people's relatives, whatever, et cetera, that chose to be in these positions that should be able to speak up and put a stop to it.
We buy 100 acres of land and gate that bitch off and let shit crumble on the outside. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Just
That's
slide
how
out
you
the pitch
know.
on the low.
That's how you know stuff for the end, because I don't know if y'all seen the ballots for y'all own state, but in the South, on our ballot, it says something to eliminate the 13th and 14th Amendment. On our ballots down here, it has something to do with the prison system, and paying and stop treating them like slaves and start paying them minimum wages in the prison. That was to eliminate the 13th and 14th Amendment uh, from the government. So I think that was another side that this corporation is ending, removing the 13th to 14th and everything above that.
Is that necessarily a good or bad? Is that like good or bad?
I mean, paying
I think it's
prisoners
great.
instead of being on a whole squad working for nothing, and you getting minimum wage for being out there tilling the ground. I mean, that's technically not a slave anymore. That's like indentured servitude now.
Okay, yeah. At least they have what? Yeah,
If they
it's
make it to
technical.
where if they make it to where you can work for your freedom or some shit.
Shit,
Yeah,
they already doing it in California. They've been doing it in California.
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It kind of sounds like that's yes.
Into servitude.
Yep. Cause the South, they ain't paying their slaves, bro.
Because I heard how bad it is. It's bad down there for y'all.
Georgia, Georgia ain't about to pay shit. Georgia about to give you 5 cents an hour. For real. 5 cents an hour, if that.
Remember, I said minimum wage. You getting bare minimum. They ain't saying you getting what we getting paid.
That is for real. And then what's crazy is that most of your household items come from people who's making them in prison. Like most of your chairs
Yep.
and tables and
See, that's
shit
why
that
that's
you
why I think the
think
big
come
flop.
from overseas.
Well, I think the big flop for that happened. Like all this China stuff, Mexico talking about making everything that China making, and all this other stuff, and then you got the prison system incorporated with that. Yeah, I think So you never know. You could have a PS5 being made out of the prison, being sent right to your ass.
Be a new sweatshop.
Shoes, Nike, something for to be made out of these prisons in Mexico.
Oh,
Shit, they
calm
got they
down.
making Jordans and everything. What you mean? Jordan about to set up shop
Shoot,
now.
AT&T already started. They got inmates sitting up there doing sitting at the call centers. They got call centers for AT&T at the prisons. And the inmates talking on. They been doing that. Y'all could look that up.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Oh, yeah.
Yep. It be the weirdos you be talking to. I ain't gonna say the other word, but it be the weirdos. Yep.
They've been quiet though. The other ones, fucking, who was that? Oh, fucking Sutton, now, how you say it?
Oh yeah, that's what I want to talk about, man. I don't know why Mo Fast I don't know why he keep tagging me in videos, bro. I'm like, I ain't finna debate you. I ain't finna. I like, dude, you gotta get past Earth Speaks, and you can't. If you can't, I ain't trying to down talk the man. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not down talking Earth Speaks. I ain't trying to make it seem like there's ranking nothing to this stuff. But look, I take pride in my knowledge, like for real, for real. And yo, you gotta get past Earth Speaks. You can't debate me. You
Exactly.
can't skip everybody. You can't skip
Exactly.
everybody that want to debate you.
Dead
I said,
ass. Because he already came to my page and straight up acknowledged. So if you came to my page, bro, and said, "Hey, I'm both sides. I'm African American and indigenous, whatever the heck, American Indian," then what's wrong with that? And I'm like, bruh, I'm not either that. I'm both sides on. I'm American Indian on both sides. And he kept it. He says it. He acknowledged the fact of what I was. Would you even debate now or even want to do anything if you came to my shit? Like, no, I took a screenshot and everything. So it's like, come on, bruh.
yeah, we need. I want to see that line of African to prove that you is, because just like how we proven that we Indians, I want to see that proof that you Africans. I don't want no assumption.
You don't want to leave them. You don't want to let them live in their fallacy, bro.
No, I don't want. No, no, you taking somebody identity that probably there really is African Americans out here.
Trying to
People
show
that
the perfect image.
really did can't was living in Africa that didn't decide to come over here and settle in America. Like,
I'm
shoot,
good.
like for example, like if mother freaking Elon Musk wanted to come over here. If Elon Musk wanted to come over here and live in America, shoot, he's an African American, well, South African American. I like you taking real titles from people. So, I want to see that. I want to
Reparations
see
gonna
that
go straight
line.
to Elon Musk.
Te-
I
hey,
want to.
technically, we're trying to be fair and have common sense
We
about it.
ain't all
Nobody's
family.
trying to be rude. Exactly. It's come on. All right. Okay. How are we family? Can you explain? We'll give you a second to explain. Because you know what? I'm
My
gonna make it
phone
a little
going.
hard too. Because y'all know,
My phone
you
going
can't
dead,
have.
y'all.
See, me and Los may
Oh
be
yeah.
family because